house.
Here they come. Put them down, crew.
And on top of that, once you've finished your objective, your team will also have to trek back to the elevator that you arrived in and survive until it reaches your station.
Fire! I'm on your side!
It seems like a lot to handle on paper, and it would be if played solo, but with the help of your team, these surreal tasks begin to feel like another day at the multiplayer office. That is, if your office includes menacing floating helmets, safe rooms, and molten furnaces.
Thanks for the help.
Each team member gets to wield their own crisis kit, which mimics the class systems found in other cooperative shooters. There are 3 available, with each kit offering a unique skill that can expedite key tasks during a job. In the sweat-inducing job site hotfix, using the splash kit will let you keep your teammates from burning alive, while someone with the fix kit can run around bashing the machinery with a trusty wrench whenever they're not using it to fix broken light boxes. The jump kit operator can then keep his agents at bay by using a rocket jump to fly around the map. This variety means that regardless of which kit you choose, there's always an opportunity to feel like a key player in your team's success. That's also due in part to the fact that gunplay is mirrored across all 3 kits. When you start your campaign, you'll have a choice of 2 weapons, a submachine gun and a double-barrel shotgun. Both provide more than enough firepower to take down basic enemies in close-quarter duels, and offer a decent introduction to Firebreak's approachable but limited combat. As you get into more complex levels, you'll naturally start to unlock increasingly powerful choices like machine guns, pump-action shotguns, or my personal favourite, the humble revolver. The rinse and repeat process of taking out hordes of possessed office workers can feel dull at times. Fortunately, a relentless array of flashy particle effects and vibrant lighting features ensures there's at least something striking to look at as you work through your objectives. There aren't too many constraints on the composition of your cohort either, as you'll always have alternative means to complete a kit-specific task. That wrench might make repairs a simple button press, but they turn into a surprisingly stressful rhythm game without it. This process starts out cute, but quickly grows tiresome in emergencies, and eventually my team negotiated our roles to include all 3 kits. Nothing will make you miss your splash kit operator more than burning to death while trying to extinguish a fire they could have ousted in seconds.
Nice one.
As of right now, there are 5 total job sites, with each being split into 3 clearance levels. The visual identity of each mission is wildly different and wholly unique, from chubby pink foam-filled turbine halls to dimly lit office spaces consumed by frost anomalies. Unfortunately, as much as the chaos is exciting at first, it's not long before you run out of new zones to take in and enemy variants to fight, which includes little beyond tanks, grunts, and aerial attackers. In this way, Firebreak can feel a little bare. That said, the inclusion of tweakable corruption and difficulty levels ensures that what's here has reasonable replayability nonetheless. Take the level hotfix, for example. Your main job in it is to sort out malfunctioning heat fans by zapping and whacking them with the jump kits and fix kits while someone uses the splash kit to keep you both from igniting. Easy, right? Well, once you push the corruption slider to the max, you'll need to complete the task with a random level modifier popping in, like a globe that lowers the zone's gravity or an evil flying stapler that wildly increases enemy health. Now your team isn't just avoiding being burnt to a crisp, you'll also need to make perfect shots and watch your footing too. The addition of these corrupted items frequently provided a fresh challenge and delivered some unbelievably frustrating and hilarious multiplayer moments.
I owe you.
If you find yourself in trouble when under attack, each zone is equipped with healing decontamination showers and ammunition bays where you can restock and take a beat.
I needed this.
Though, true to Firebreak's chaotic sensibilities, these essential zones can falter and break, which then requires either a kit or that button-pressing minigame to get them back online. The bays also move around as you revisit levels, meaning you won't be able to rely on your memory to find safety. While I can appreciate that this kind of mayhem might not appeal to everyone, I found the unpredictability to be quite Moorish, especially when the confusion led to flash arguments in our Discord chat. Thankfully, if, or more likely when, it all goes up in flames, depending on what difficulty setting you choose, you'll have a series of lives to use before it's actually game over. Perhaps what's most disappointing is that Firebreak doesn't feature the same Easter egg-ridden world building that's always intrigued me about Remedy's other games. As such, you won't find Alan Wake carrying in a cell or a stray note about Mr. Door. That's not to say there isn't anything curious to gawk at, and there are hints of the tonal brilliance of the Remedy-connected universe in the sarcastic posters and redacted notes littered around these maps, as well as in the sporadic lore dumps delivered via voiceover when you're waiting in the lobby. But when I went looking for more serious depth beyond the tasks at hand, I came back disappointed. It might be the nature of the genre, But it was still a bummer when I realized investigating the nooks and crannies would never reward me with any lore or secrets, and would instead just leave me open to getting swarmed by bad guys. Beyond moment-to-moment healing and ammo drops, you can turn the tables more permanently by investing in the approachable perk and gear upgrade trees. As you attack the primary goal for each job site and explore shelters, you'll find lost assets and research samples, which act as upgrade currencies. And thanks to a post-launch patch, lost assets are now more visible and have a lot more purchasing power than when I first began this review. I started to feel more adept in Firebreak once I got into a rhythm of splitting my cash between practical upgrades in the requisition tree and passive perk upgrades in the research tree. As a shoot first, ask questions later kind of player, this process allowed me to specialize with upgraded weaponry and meaningful perks to match, such as the ammo hoovering shot vacuum that allowed me to stock up fast as I darted between zones. What's more, a perk will become resonant when upgraded to its maximum level, which means it applies to the other players in your party when they're in proximity to you, allowing your once fragile group to share the benefits of an experienced party member and overwhelm the Hiss forces. Still, despite these smart ideas, there just aren't enough upgrades to work towards in the long term, and so investing feels dubious at best. The heart of what's here is promising, it just lacks the scope to make a big enough impact, which is a huge shame. Firebreak also relies so heavily on team dynamics and coordination that it can alienate people who are matchmaking with strangers or riding solo. During my playtime, I consistently queued up with friends who I've already established a rapport with, which meant not only could we yap about what upgrades to choose and build our arsenal together, we could also laugh and poke fun when things inevitably went wrong.
Cheers.
Without that kind of social backing, however, the stressful, sometimes unclear objectives become frustrating kickoff points rather than communal goals. FBC Firebreak's approachable combat, esoteric missions, and screen-engulfing graphical effects help to make this multiplayer shooter feel reflective of Remedy's cryptic catalogue, though it doesn't feel quite at home there just yet. Success often leans a little too heavily on your party's coordination, which is fun with a full team of friends, but can feel like a detriment if you're queuing up with random players online or playing alone. Even so, with my party in tow and a world of terrible chaos ahead, I still find myself eager to get back to my job at the world's most perilous workplace. But with its currently thin lineup of levels and upgrades, this may be more of a temp job than a full-time career. For more, check out our reviews of Death Stranding 2 or Dune Awakening. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Doom. 4 letters, 2 gun barrels, 1 space marine, and boatloads of demon guts. id Software first welcomed us to this gory world in 1993, changing the shooter genre and video games forever. In the 3 decades since, Doom has refused to stand still, experimenting with the form it helped pioneer. Whether it be the sci-fi horrors of Doom 3, all the way up to this year's shotgun and shield-fueled Doom the Dark Ages, we all have our favorite. So, we've decided to rank each mainline entry here. Without any further ado, let's rip and tear through every Doom game ranked. (2004's Doom 3 is the result of an ultimatum that technical director John Carmack issued to the rest of id, and it kind of feels that way. Carmack was dead set on making a next-generation remake of Doom to showcase the impressive new lighting and shadow capabilities of the id Tech 4 engine. His Doom co-creator, John Romero, was long gone at this point, and the remaining id OGs were staunchly opposed to what they saw as a retread, a tech demo in search of a purpose. Carmack very publicly overruled them, and thus we have Doom 3. Perhaps the biggest sidestep the series has ever taken, Doom 3 is a slower, more story-driven affair than the first 2 games. There are voiced NPCs.
Huh? No, please. You must let me get this communication out.
Lore-filled terminals, jump scares, and monster closets that instill a sense of anxious survival horror, and a sharp contrast to the run-and-gun arcade frenzy of the classic Doom. It's a valiant effort to bring Doom to a new generation of gamer culture. The problem is that this generation was extremely ugly. id's decision to showcase the game's lighting engine is its fatal flaw. You can't see anything, intentionally. The game is tuned to be super dark until you switch to your flashlight, which you cannot use at the same time as your weapon. This was largely met with derision from fans, but the combat is actually tuned around it. Juggling between seeing your enemy and shooting it creates a huge amount of drama and tension. It's actually kind of cool, just not that fun. A popular duct tape mod addressed this, as did Doom 3's BFG Edition remaster though.
Okay, so here we go. This is a flashlight moment. So if I had to actually switch to my flashlight here, you can see how that would be different because I would basically be in the dark while I'm trying to avoid fireballs.
The new demon designs are sapped of color and charm, turning iconic abominations into run-of-the-mill Umbrella BOWs, and it's impossible to envision them as anything but their counterparts in the 2005 movie. The aesthetic is very of its era and just doesn't quite match what we'd come to expect from Doom. Doom is a heavy metal mural airbrushed on the side of a speeding van, whereas Doom 3 is the embodiment of nu metal butt rock, more Mudvayne than Metallica. Decent for what it is, but it would take 12 more years before the series got a refresh with some actual riz. Some fans insist that Doom 64 is the true sequel to Doom 1 and 2. id closely supervised Midway Games' development of the N64 exclusive, resulting in an interesting but ultimately inconsequential side entry in the series, a Doom Gaiden. Doom 64 isn't hurt too much by its titular console's limitations, but there are fewer enemies thanks to small cartridge sizes, and the reduced animation frames on the shotguns really robs them of their kick. Worst of all, Midway couldn't get multiplayer working despite 4-player split-screen Doom deathmatches being a perfect fit for the system that gave us GoldenEye. Still, on the whole, the game looks great. Doom 64 has a uniquely bleak, gothic vibe with a gorgeous colored lighting system that's impressively sophisticated for the era. Instead of MIDI speed metal, the soundtrack is a dark ambient drone. There's no HUD, no grimacing Doom Guy face, only subtle numbers and letters rendered in bleary N64 textures. The gameplay is largely the same, though a new scripted event system creates neat opportunities for map design. Doom 64 seems like the game Carmack's co-owners were afraid id was going to make. More Doom, slightly different. It's just not different enough to warrant a higher place on the list. Doom 64 is a fun, fascinating, evolutionary dead end. 32 new levels designed in-house by id, a bunch of new enemies, and just one new weapon was more than enough to make Doom 2 the highest-selling software program of 1994. Doom 2 is Doom refined. Old monsters are reconfigured in clever ways, while fresh faces like the Revenant and Archvile add more complexity to demon distribution. Your arsenal only has one addition, but it's a weapon that would come to define Doom, the Super Shotgun. So, with all this great new stuff, shouldn't Doom 2 be a straight upgrade to the original? It almost is, but Doom 2's map design just doesn't hit the same. Doom 2 was billed as hell on Earth, but the aging tech couldn't really produce convincing suburbs or downtown the same way Duke Nukem's build engine would a couple of years later. Doom 2 feels less of a journey than Doom. As shareware, the first game was divided into 3, later 4, clear episodes, with interstitial map screens between levels tracing your path of destruction across the moons of Mars until thy flesh is consumed by hell itself. As a boxed game from the get-go, Doom 2 is presented as a barely connected 32-level megawad. The game supposedly depicts a full-on demon invasion of Earth, but this is mostly conveyed through 3 different skyboxes. Doom 2 has some great maps and lots of innovative twists on the formula, but on the whole, it's a less cohesive and satisfying package than the first game. At the time, map quality didn't matter quite as much. Fans had already been sharing their own custom levels en masse, passed around as WAD files via floppy disks and 28 kilobaud modems. Doom 2 is almost more notable as a platform than as a standalone title. It gave modders and wadders a chance to shine and even go legit. A group called Team TNT created 2 megawads that impressed id so much that they bought the rights and slapped them together for retail as Final Doom. Originally considered as the official 3rd game in the series, today these maps and others have been fully incorporated into the canon by modern releases of Doom 2. It makes the game a more comprehensive product, but that's not enough to elevate it above our next and most recent entry. The Dark Ages couldn't be more different from Doom 2. A sequel that refuses to offer more of the same, it takes a sharp turn away from the neon frenzy of Doom Eternal into a grim and gothic new setting with drastically altered gameplay to match. Stand and fight is more than just a marketing slogan, it's the only way you're going to take down some bosses and batter enemies. Melee combat means getting up close and personal with monsters, trading mace blows and shotgun blasts in a boxing match from hell. Projectiles move more slowly, choking the battlefield with patterns that evoke bullet hell shmups and Serious Sam. Glory kills are a shadow of their former, well, glory, taking a back seat to the new rhythms of the Dark Ages' combat. The most impactful new addition to the Doom formula is the parry, which allows the player to deflect green attacks with the integral new shield saw. It's the backbone around which the game is designed, and while it may not click with everybody, once you're locked in, there's nothing quite like charging buckler first across the battlefield to smash some skulls. The Dark Ages brings a few firsts to the franchise, like friendly NPCs fighting alongside the Slayer, and difficulty sliders to make the series more accessible. It's also the first game since Doom 64 to lack any kind of multiplayer. The Slayer trilogy's online components may have been a noble but largely perfunctory effort. id decided to ditch it entirely and focus on making the most compelling campaign they could, exchanging multiplayer and snap map for dragon riding and giant mechs. You have to give modern id credit, they just will not make the same game twice. Doom Eternal is everything a fan of Doom 2016 would expect from a sequel, and while the vibe is different from its predecessor, the whole experience feels more vibrant and alive. The Doom franchise isn't exactly known for its awe-inspiring vistas and diverse biomes, but Eternal impressively mixes snow levels and Baroque ivory fortresses in with the usual tech bases and fleshy hellscapes. We're not used to seeing this kind of environmental variety in Doom, and it's a refreshing change of pace. When it comes to combat, Doom Eternal asks a lot more of you than 2016. Ammo is much more scarce, forcing you to juggle through most of your weapons in nearly every fight. Choosing the right gun for the right enemy and exploiting their weak spots is essential, though some fans argue that the Marauders, dark Doom Guy counterparts with a limited vulnerability window, are a bridge too far for the power fantasy.
Warning, all ARC personnel, the mortally challenged have entered the compound. Evacuation is advised.
Doom Eternal's biggest flaw, perhaps, is that it's doing too much. Doomslayer has new guns and enemies to deal with, a meat hook to yank yourself across the battlefield, and a shoulder cannon with grenades and bombs and fire belches that are crucial for survival, on top of an avalanche of additional collectibles, resources, and upgrade trees. Even the Slayer himself has gotten a little too big for his armored green britches, having somehow come into possession of a massive outer space fortress between games, a vast hub to explore that has plenty of great Easter eggs and secrets, but also a lot of locked doors and samey-looking hallways to get lost in. Speaking of getting lost, Doom Eternal suffers under a sheer mountain of lore. Endless paragraphs of indecipherable sci-fi fantasy with more proper nouns than a phone book are at your bloody fingertips. To some, it's a welcome addition that makes the series that much richer. For others, it's an albatross around the neck of Doom's action-first ethos. Start shooting as soon as the screen melts. It's an excellent sequel, superior to its predecessor in many ways, but as a total package, it falls just slightly short of what came before. Doom 2016 is the platonic ideal of Doom. It marries the kinetic and aesthetic purity of the original with a winking, self-aware tone that evokes not just the first game's hurt me plenty attitude, but society's perception of the series. This is the Doom we envisioned in our adolescent brains. It's the Doom of the infamous 90s comic, the ultra-violent nightmare that Jack Thompson and Joe Lieberman warned us about, and it is glorious. But Doom 2016 almost didn't happen. Marty Stratton and Hugo Martin salvaged Doom 4 from the shores of development hell by stripping it into a back-to-basics, gleefully indulgent romp that fully rekindles the lost soul of the series. It's no coincidence that the retro boomer shooters comeback began right around Doom 2016. The aggressive, push-forward gameplay has you leaping onto cacodemons in mid-air as Mick Gordon's impossibly detuned guitars belch out riffs of pure hype. It's here we first see the glory kills, expanded on in future sequels, but never quite as elegant as their debut. Keep it simple is the operative phrase of Doom 2016, and sometimes to its detriment. Unlike later games, there's little incentive to cycle through your weapons. It's easy to let the rockets or the SSG carry you to the Spider Mastermind. Still, the bare-bones approach is appreciated, particularly when it comes to the plot. It was John Carmack who famously compared video game stories to those of X-rated movies. Quote, "It's expected to be there, but not important." Doom 2016's less is more approach is extremely refreshing after the dense metal-hurlant nightmares of its sequels. The storytelling is never really bad in Eternal or the Dark Ages, but also never quite as funny as the Doomslayer seething with impatient rage as exposition drones on. It took some huge guts to name the 2016 reboot simply Doom, but that very confidence is what propels this game to greatness. There's only one shooter in the world that could possibly top Doom 2016. But first, no evaluation of Doom would be complete without a tip of the hat to the legions of modders and map designers who have truly made the game their own. Carmack designed the Doom engine to be easily altered, with assets conveniently packaged into files called WADs for Where's All the Data? This enabled everything from custom levels to total conversions. You can play Zelda in Doom, visit Jerry Seinfeld's apartment, blast through breakfast cereal in Chex Quest. The possibilities were limitless, especially once the engine went open source. Games like Brutal Doom and Sulaco can look shockingly modern on ancient id tech, while MyHouse.wad uses the engine's infamous quirks to weave a non-Euclidean liminal nightmare. Doom is an awesome open source success story, and the community and careers it's inspired over the decades is a huge part of the series' legacy. The original Doom has more than earned its spot on the Mount Rushmore of first-person shooters. Anyone can pick up the game today, whether through a fan-made source port or an official re-release, and immediately understand the assignment. Run, gun, rip, and tear. Find keys and snag power-ups to keep Doom Guy alive as he stares bullets through your soul from the UI. There's no mouse look in the original Doom. Aiming on the Y-axis literally doesn't matter, and you can hit that imp on a ledge above you as long as it's centered on your gun. Doom Guy cannot jump, and his only interaction with the world besides shooting, punching, and chainsawing is a single use button that you'll spam endlessly as you search each legendary map for secret doors. To say Doom has aged is to say Tetris or Pac-Man has aged. Its simplicity is its greatest strength. There's almost no friction between you and the coveted flow state towards which all action games aspire. Doom's kinetic appeal makes it immortal. Released as shareware, anyone with a working PC was free to play the first episode of Doom, from the iconic first moments of E1M1 to beating the Bruiser Brothers in Phobos Anomaly. You could mail a check to id if you wanted more, but the sheer accessibility and availability of Knee Deep in the Dead's 9 perfect levels all but assured Doom's dominance. Doom became shorthand for gaming itself. The moral panic over video game violence resulted in pundits and politicians alike warning parents of the gory, demonic slaughter simulator warping their children's minds, blaming the shooter for real-world tragedies. It's a sad footnote in an otherwise unparalleled success story and a formative moment in gaming history that helped shape a still developing industry. At the start of every new project, the current developers at id play through the original Doom to refamiliarize themselves with its brilliance and look for interesting new ways to expand the formula. Every single entry on this list is in some way a response to the first game, either trying to recapture its glory or recreate what makes it fun. Some games succeed, others have faltered, but they're all chasing after perfection that was already achieved in 1993. Doom is still the best Doom.
Deep in the prehistory of 1997's original Grand Theft Auto, an earlier gameplay concept that was being noodled on within the halls of DMA design initially would have had us playing as police. Eventually, the call was made to pivot and exclusively focus on the wrong side of the law, because it was decided being a criminal was way more fun than being a boring old cop. GTA as we know it was born, and a bazillion in sales later, it's hard to argue they made the wrong decision. However, nearly 3 decades down the track, the Precinct has arrived to show us that there actually is a way to make upholding the law just as engaging as breaking it, in an old-school GTA-inspired sandbox city. The Precinct may be a modestly sized package overall, and the crime-busting gameplay loops it throws at us do eventually become a little samey and worn over its roughly 12-hour campaign, but its isometric, grimy 80s aesthetic is absolutely excellent, and there's a real novelty in patrolling the rain-slick streets, seeking to chip away at Averno City's never-ending supply of miscreants, mobsters, and malefactors. Setting the Precinct in the 80s is the single best decision developer Fallen Tree Games has made here. There's no cyber crime, social media or mobile phone nonsense cluttering up proceedings. Rather, it's a world detached from all manner of modern crap. It's just you, your partner, and a radio.
Central to all units, bank robbery in progress. Mercer ACB Bank on Mercer Street, shot fired.
The Precinct is nothing if not an earnest and distinctly 20th century cops and robbers playground. And it's all the better for it. It's like an old TV show.
Okay, kid. You wanted the real deal? This is it.
I feel my CD collection would probably make it clear I understand that police accountability is not a new debate by any stretch, but hey, even Henry Rollins found a way to go from spraying cops with Black Flag lyrics to playing cops in The Chase and Bad Boys 2.
For me, it's the respect and power that the position commands.
The Precinct just wants to let us screech in, sirens blazing, and save the day. This is not a game that attempts to grapple with controversy or the seedier side of 80s policing. It's an idealized portrayal of cops and how they're supposed to properly protect and serve, rather than a commentary on how they actually do it.
Nothing flagged in the system. They're clear.
At its core, it's an action-packed ode to iconic 1980s police procedurals and movies. Every day would be the busiest and most dangerous day of any actual cop's career. Baddies are cuffed and booked without delay.
Good catch.
And the city will never run out of squad cars, no matter how many you destroy.
Shots fired!
No one would realistically continue to live in the precincts of Verno City by choice. It's chaos. It'd be like living in the last 15 minutes of the Blues Brothers every hour of every day, as countless squad cars crash through crumbling concrete in their relentless pursuits of the city's brazen crooks. The cop fiction cliches are certainly all here. You can check off the young, idealistic rookie partnered with a jaded veteran counting the weeks until his retirement.
Welcome to the ACPD, kid.
A mustachioed chief.
You're gonna have to learn the streets and the precinct the same way these mooks did. Are we clear?
And an officer named Kowalski.
All right, squad. Let's get out there and make a Verno City proud.
I do wish the script had a bit more of a natural spoken word flow to it though. As it stands, it tends to sound a little overwritten and hammy, and some of the voice acting comes over a bit corny as a result.
Fascists! You think we don't see what you're doing? This is an obvious ploy to suppress our message!
If the precinct really was a TV show, it unfortunately wouldn't be in line for any of Hill Street Blues' 26 Emmys.
You got the right to remain silent. Unless you want the rest of your face kicked in, I'd strongly advise you to exercise that right.
Fortunately, the hokey dialogue does little to detract from what it gets right, and I was very quickly hooked into its cadence of daily shifts on the beat. These can be pounding the pavement on foot, with your eyes peeled for vandals and violence.
Arrest her!
They can be cruising the streets, prowling for carjackers, or watching for the telltale weaving of a drunk driver.
Tess says they're intoxicated.
There can even be aerial missions where you're hovering above the city in a chopper, catching crooks in your spotlight, and calling in backup to effect arrests.
Dispatch, I need backup here.
There's a great amount of variety in the types of crimes being committed, which is unfortunate for Averno City's victimized citizens, but good for us as the emergent missions essentially never stop.
Ah, contraband.
I did eventually reach a point where the busts began to feel a little repetitive, but this wasn't until I was quite close to the end of the roughly 12 hours I spent completing the core story. The procedural street crimes continue after the credits roll, but I suspect I'll leave the precinct sweating in the interrogation room for now, and come back to it later if it has anything further to offer me down the track, like fresh cases or different street crimes in a potential future update.
Target is down.
The action occurs both on foot and in vehicles, so whenever you're not airborne over the city, a typical shift will involve hoofing it after some suspects before tackling and subduing them.
Cuff her up, Boot.
And high-speed paint trading car chases to catch others. Those car chases are terrific thanks to the precinct's strong handling model. Vehicles may appear cute and toy-like on screen thanks to the elevated isometric camera angle, but they're not sticky or twitchy. They have a really well-honed sense of weight as you hurl their all-American bulk into handbrake turns to negotiate corners. When a gaggle of squad cars with sirens blazing close in on a fleeing perp all at once, there are times when the precinct reminds me more of the original Driver than the old 2D GTA games. The original Driver is viewed from a low-flying drone, that is. The range of era-correct lookalike vehicles is spot on too, from off-brand Mustangs and Cooters to A-Team adjacent Vanduras and the classic boxy 3rd gen Caprice cop cars I've seen Hollywood crash 1,000 of over the years. The precinct places a clear focus on following correct procedure, and you'll earn fewer experience points if you make errors or stray from the rules.
Hold your fire!
This will mean leveling up delays and slower access to the upgrade trees if you go rogue and accost people before checking their ID,
Swap to a non-lethal weapon.
attack civilians, use inappropriate force on perps, or issue bogus parking tickets.
Doesn't look right to me.
You won't lose XP from your banked total, but being a bad cop will wipe out your daily gains. Most of the upgrades are fairly typical: resilience to attacks, greater ammo capacity, and the like. But naturally it pays to have as many as you can when you find yourself in a shootout.
He's shooting!
The abilities to call in heavy-duty riot vans and roadblocks are definitely useful in helping end pursuits too.
Suspect is in custody.
It's an interesting approach, and it's one you can go quite deep with if you really want to take control of which individual charges you're booking your suspects with and escort them personally to the station, which will earn you more XP. This part of the process can be automated, however, and that's what I opted to do on almost all occasions in order to keep things moving along. I'd rather be out on the streets than riding a desk doing paperwork. However, most arrests generally do unfold the same way. You ID your suspect, search them for weapons and contraband, and then arrest them, fine them, or let them go. It's a system that wears a bit thin by the story's conclusion because there aren't enough variables or surprises to separate one from the next.
You have the right to remain silent.
It's also always a little unsatisfying when it seems to misread the situation, such as when some scumbag is trying to run me over with their car and it scolds me for using my gun to defend myself.
Dispatch to 84, message received.
I'm a loose cannon, goddammit! At least let me charge them with trying to kill me. I'm not certain whether this sort of thing is a bug or just something that hasn't been accounted for, but the precinct is a little janky overall. I didn't face any game-breaking issues, but I did encounter the odd gravity-defying fling and some unexplained invisible walls that broke the illusion. The precinct's focus on proper arrest protocols and penalising excessive force requires a certain level of patience that not everyone will possess, and it's a system that eventually wears out its welcome. But I genuinely enjoyed prowling the city for procedural crimes while the story lasted, and the soggy neon-splashed 80s setting works wonders. Fallen Tree Games had a previous crack at emulating the top-down shenanigans of classic Grand Theft Auto back in 2019's American Fugitive, but putting the action on the right side of the law in the precinct has proven to be far more arresting.
It's one thing to wear your influences on your sleeve, and it's another to wield those influences to create something that can confidently stand on its own merits. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is explicitly built on many of the ideas of the great modern and classic Japanese RPGs, and French developer Sandfall isn't shy about it, nor should it be.
Felt familiar somehow.
From the bold stylings of its magnificent turn-based combat to the melodramatic but genuine storytelling tropes it largely embraces, so much of Clair Obscur feels familiar yet refreshing. Its superb execution on those ideas puts its own stamp on them for one of them somber but hopeful journeys I won't soon forget.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication.
In Clair Obscur, the people of Lumiere live in a fractured reality. Every year, a godlike figure they call the Paintress marks a number on a tower far off in the distance, counting down the age at which people will perish into nothingness. You lead the survivors of the latest in a series of annual expeditions that set sail in hopes of destroying the Paintress, none of which have ever come back despite decades of attempts.
Know that Lumiere stands with you.
It's a harrowing premise that hangs a heavy layer of melancholy over the entire story. Knowing that your people are fighting against their own extinction by signing up for a death march, facing unknown dangers, and picking up the pieces left behind by expeditions long gone, it's easy to become invested in their fate and the mysteries that dictate their world.
We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
I finished the main story and a decent amount of side content in about 35 hours, and that length speaks to how Clair Obscur doesn't waste a moment. There isn't really any filler along the critical path, and it doesn't get bogged down in drawn-out exposition.
You're alive! I thought I was the only one left.
While some of my favorite moments in RPGs come from the downtime that offers a chance to breathe and take in the world, there's an embedded urgency here that cuts to the chase in a way that mostly works in its favor. I love a good 80-hour RPG, don't get me wrong, but this is a nice change of pace.
Let's go. Someone lives here.
Because of that relatively shorter length, the sharpness of Clair Obscure's combat system never dulls. The Persona vibes from its slick battle menu and stylish flourishes are unmistakable, but more prominent is its active element. Real-time button inputs boost potency in special attacks and let you dodge and parry enemy attacks, which works wonders for making fights engaging. Against tougher enemies, you don't really stand a chance unless you're paying close attention to visual and audio cues for dodges and parries and establishing a rhythm. The initial trial and error of learning attack patterns will be frustrating at times, but when I'm locked in like it's Sekiro, there's an intensity here I don't think I've ever felt in a turn-based RPG. And there's nothing quite like the rewarding slow-motion camera cut and emphatic counterattack of a precisely timed parry. Every party member has their own specific mechanics that typically revolve around building up their unique resource in battle and managing action points, or AP, to execute the more heavy-hitting attacks. Their skill trees are concise, so Clair Obscure is still approachable in that you're only given a handful of tools and then are asked to have a strong grasp of how they work. With the emphasis on meeting certain conditions and inflicting specific knock-on effects to make the most of when you're lining up attacks, it reminds me of mechanics that you'd see in a CRPG, but fine-tuned for a classic-style Japanese RPG. The way their skill sets can synergize and play off of each other also shows an understanding of what makes a turn-based system sing. You may establish a routine opener, but as a fight goes on, it becomes more about adapting to all the variables thrown at you and earning the satisfaction of pulling off your most powerful attacks. Then there's another layer called Pictos. These attachments offer game-changing stat boosts and perks that drastically affect how you can gain AP, the bonuses you get from dodges and parries, or the way status effects work, and more. Using Pictos for long enough eventually allows you to stack their perks in what are called Lumina, and really build a character in ways their skill tree cannot. Navigating these menus is kind of a pain since things get messy once you're sifting through 50+ options packed in a tight screen, but when it all clicked, taking the time to configure my party was well worth the hassle. Setting the right loadout elevated my party in ways that were crucial for the most challenging fights. My biggest worry early on was actually that Clair Obscure was going to be too easy as I steamrolled almost every enemy for roughly the first third of the main path. It definitely ramps up as it goes on, however, weaving in more creative enemy attack patterns and doing more with status effects or enemy shields, for example, pushing me to try out new approaches with my party. That provides depth while staying concise, and if you're clever enough, you're even allowed to break the game, so to speak, as its systems let you scale up in a way that's rewarding rather than exploitative. All that is to say, I played these kinds of RPGs my entire life, and I'm confident in saying that it's one of my favorite turn-based combat systems ever. It has room to grow, but it's a brilliant start. There's something very old school about Clair Obscure, and its overworld is one of the clearest ways in which it harkens back to classic RPGs. The map is filled with optional locations and secrets, many of which aren't accessible until you unlock new travel methods, similar to getting chocobos and airships in the Final Fantasy games of yore. It's actually really charming, embracing its video gamey aspects while knowing it doesn't have to always take itself so seriously. Distant landmarks create a sense of wonder, and eventually you can go visit them to fight super bosses or play silly minigames for unique items or uncover a bit more about the story you wouldn't have seen otherwise. And that side content accounts for roughly another 20 hours of gameplay on top of the main story. There's no real quest log, so there isn't an elegant way to track what you stumble upon, but rather than feeling obtuse, it gives the impression that these secrets are yours to discover in true throwback fashion. The main locations you visit function like dungeons where you fight your way along a fairly direct track with extra items tucked in nooks and crannies off the beaten path. You approach and hit enemies to initiate combat, and they respawn if you decide to replenish your health and items at flags planted by previous expeditions that function like checkpoints. Exploration is limited in this regard, but it helps each of these main story sequences stay focused. For as linear as the main path can be, a minimap still would have been handy just to keep track of the alternate paths I've already gone down, because sometimes it's easy to get lost. It is a consolation that every place you visit is visually striking, whether it's the ethereal whimsy and natural beauty, or the brutality of the trenches and battlefields where bodies of past expeditioners are piled high. Regardless, I was often in awe of Clair Obscure's world. What really etches an RPG into the pantheon of greats, however, is always going to be its story. My heart was all in on Clair Obscure's themes of facing mortality, making sacrifices for future generations, and the different ways we handle grief.
I'm sorry about earlier.
This is another harrowing exploration of topics like this, for the way it contextualizes time and age, but also for its portrayal of grief becoming destructive to those around you, should it consume you. Its brevity does work against it at times, as the story shifts in sudden directions later on, but even then, it's consistently carried by an A-list cast. The acting and voice performances are incredible, with dialogue that plays out like natural real-life conversations.
I talked to the stars a lot after he was gone. I remember.
Small gestures, subtle expressions, and the cadence of line deliveries ground its characters for a story that feels as real as it is fantastical.
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
Despite its deeply sad premise, it also manages to inject some levity that is largely charming rather than forced.
Get out of my way!
Jeez.
Silly wooden guys called Gestrels occupy most of the continent, working as both comic relief and a lens to understand unknown parts of the world. Your party will goof with each other and share parts of their personal lives at camp, and while not all of it is riveting stuff necessarily, those brief moments are vital for rounding out the human element that this story channels.
Ooh, nice one.
I know.
Admittedly, there are moments in which Clair Obscure embellishes in its sorrow a bit too much. It perhaps gets a little overdramatic at times, but it's able to find its footing by evoking a very specific tone that leans heavier into what you'd expect more from a theater production than a Hollywood blockbuster. And from that perspective, playing out like a classical tragedy is an integral part of its identity.
We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward.
It feels like an expression of French art history at times, wearing its culture on its sleeve as an enticing artistic foundation. It's not just in the distinct Belle Epoque aesthetic or the French phrases characters use, but it's in the motifs that invoke theater, painting, dance, and music, which are woven into the very fabric of its fictional world, with music being the most powerful one.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
Like every great RPG, an evocative soundtrack can uplift it to become a truly memorable experience, and Sandfall understood the assignment. There's almost too much good music that certain songs didn't get enough time to stick in my head, but at every turn are amazing songs that hype you up for battle, get you in a groove with catchy melodies, or set the tone for a wistful atmosphere. Clair Obscure's soundtrack is stunning, and will be one of the reasons I won't forget this game. In so many ways, Clair Obscure Expedition 33 reminded me of numerous classic and modern RPGs I love, but developer Sandfall truly understood why those games are special and made those pieces its own. Its creative turn-based combat system is fantastic, keeping me engaged while impressive visual flourishes bring it all together. The story can be a touch messy and melodramatic at times, but there's still an earnestness to how it frames mortality and grief, and the different and destructive ways we may handle it, all delivered through fantastic performances from an A-list cast that gives its story the heart it needs to really hit. The contrast between its artistic sensibilities and old-school RPG design philosophy shows a clarity of vision, as if it was scoped just right to focus on the things that matter most, making it a true modern throwback. And so, Clair Obscure Expedition 33 stands strong alongside its inspirations, and I hope that it too can be an inspiration for those who come after.
With action-packed gunplay, an innumerable quantity of badass guns to loot, and some of the most crass humor in gaming, the Borderlands games have held a special place in my heart since way back in 2009. But it's also a series that practically invented the looter-shooter genre, then saw itself fall behind the curve as a renaissance of RPG-infused multiplayer shooters dominated the space. With Borderlands 4, the team at Gearbox seems eager to take some big swings in hope of reclaiming the throne of firearms and shell casings they themselves built. And whether it's the greatly improved shooting mechanics, an interesting revamp to RPG mechanics, an entirely fresh setting, a slew of new characters, or a more grounded tone in its story, the handful of hours I played left me fairly confident that I will find myself pulled back into this wonderfully weird world of psychopaths and extremely irritating robots. There's a whole heck of a lot of novel things Borderlands 4 tries, but the first thing that immediately jumped out at me was the focus on movement. I counted no fewer than 5 additional ways to keep your Vault Hunter in motion while hunting for treasure and blasting wild animals, including double jumping, gliding through the air, dashing from side to side, pulling yourself around with a grappling hook, and even swimming, which is especially great because dying every time one of my toes got wet was pretty annoying in the previous games. Each of these traversal options added an interesting dimension to navigating arenas while sniping mercenaries and lobbing explosives in the faces of the local fauna, and also went a long way to speeding up how quickly I could close distance between me and the baddies in my path. That was a welcome change, because I'd always found myself pretty frustrated by how slowly I move in old Borderlands entries.
Here come the fireworks!
If there's anything worrisome about all these extra ways to get around, it's that there are so many of them I often forgot to use them. Being able to double jump, glide, and grapple hook across a room all in the same motion honestly feels like too much power, at least in the hands of a rookie like me who only had a few hours to familiarize myself with it all. By the end of the demo though, I felt a lot better about my ability to keep myself in motion while bringing my arsenal to bear upon swarms of monsters, but it definitely feels like it'll take some getting used to. Of course, it wouldn't be a Borderlands game without the promise of a bottomless cache of weapons to discover, each designed to inject a little anarchy into combat. While I only got a small sampling of what's in store, there honestly weren't a ton of things I wasn't expecting, even with the additional weapon manufacturers introducing some new stuff. One of the new gun makers, Ripper, seemed to have a lot in common with the COV weapons from Borderlands 3, as they need to spin up before they can be fired, but then pile on a heaping helping of lead into enemies. While Daedalus reminded me a lot of the doll weapons that offer multiple ammo types to switch between. The only distinct new type I got to try out was called the Order, which have an alternate firing mode, like a pistol I found that could create gravity wells instead of shooting normal bullets. Most of what I played was from pretty early in the campaign, and I only found a single legendary weapon during my travels, so it's fairly likely there are more surprises I haven't seen, but at least on the surface, I wasn't too shocked with what I found in that regard.
Make room for the boom!
What seems significantly more distinct are the new build crafting options, including a healing item called a rep kit that can be used in addition to the usual pickups you find in chests and pick off the sorry corpses of your slain foes. These add an interesting dimension to defining your build, as you could just play it safe and equip the item that offers the most healing with the shortest cooldown, but bolder Vault Hunters might instead favor one that intentionally offers lesser healing benefits to instead grant some other effect every time the item is used. For example, I found one that caused a large explosion of cryo to explode around me whenever I used it, versus another that restored significantly more health and could be used twice before it needed to be cooled down. Depending on how risky you want to play it or the specific strategy behind your build, I could see this opening up a lot of doors for clever min-maxers to do some pretty fun stuff. Each Borderlands has a different roster of Vault Hunters to play, and this entry is no different. I got the chance to try out Vex, the magical siren whose main focus, at least with my setup, was in summoning NPC companions to help me fight off mobs. And Rafa, a soldier who had a bunch of high-tech gadgets to unload onto anyone stupid enough to get in his way, including some melee blades that made short work of anyone within arm's reach, or some shoulder-mounted cannons that automatically helped me lather folks in lead. It's always hard to tell just how awesome each of these bona fide badasses is going to be after just a few hours, but I was already very much heartened by the number of interesting options to pick from, and I already felt myself transforming into an armed-to-the-teeth instrument of death, even as low-leveled as I was. Also, some of the perks I saw on those trees looked downright spicy, like the ability to disconnect Rafa's shoulder-mounted turrets to convert them into a stationary battle station. So consider me pretty hyped to try out a late-game build. Another interesting change coming with Borderlands 4 is the new, clearly darker setting and story. Taking place on a new world called Kairos, the world has been dominated by an oppressive, immortal being known as the Timekeeper, who controls the population using cybernetic implants. but naturally, the actions of the Vault Keepers in recent Borderlands entries, which I won't spoil here, has ruined the perfect, unjust order on Kairos, throwing the place into chaos and opening the door for you and your friends to shoot everything in the face and score some sweet loot. The change in tone is pretty clear, and even though you've still got the usual cheeky characters, sexual innuendos, and over-the-top gore, there's also quite a bit of darkness and the beginnings of what seems to be a significantly more grounded story in play, which will hopefully wash away some of the shallowness found in Borderlands 3, specifically where the antagonists are concerned.
We'll see who's laughing when I unleash my secret weapon.
It's also worth noting the intentional shift away from Pandora to focus on this new world. This combined with the fact that a lot of the cast is entirely new, at least in the sections I played, makes things feel a bit like a soft reboot that gives a fresh start to tell new stories compared to prior games that have mostly leaned pretty heavily on the locations and characters established in their predecessors. I'm all for this shift, honestly, because although Borderlands was my addiction for years, it's also pretty clearly been on its back foot as a series, as the looter-shooter space has both evolved and become more crowded, especially where its ongoing live service peers are concerned. To be clear, I don't want to see Borderlands chase the games as a service model and fundamentally change what it is, but it's nice to see that Gearbox seems willing to take some sizable risks in pursuit of evolving the series, because I genuinely think it needs to do so if it wants to keep the attention of longtime fans like myself. That's not to say there isn't a ton of good, old-fashioned goodness inside Borderlands 4. Quite the opposite. I still spent ludicrous amounts of time dabbing on loads of enemies who shouted expletives at me after running out of darkened spawn points, watched colorful loot explode out of enemies like fireworks, and ran dog-like enemies over with my vehicle, which is now very awesomely available to be summoned anywhere on the map rather than having to be picked up at a designated spawn point. Thank God. There are also perilous vaults to be raided and massive badass bosses to take down in the name of loot, XP, and bragging rights, which I unfortunately can't show you today because of some unfortunate restrictions on what I'm allowed to showcase at this time. But I can say that the one boss I fought a number of times is perhaps the most mechanics-heavy and interesting enemy I've encountered in Borderlands. And if it's at all representative of the level of quality we can expect from Borderlands 4, then we're in for quite a treat. After several hours dipping my toes into what is sure to be a massive looter shooter, I'm much more optimistic about Borderlands 4's odds of recapturing my affections after years apart. Stay tuned in the coming days when I'm allowed to show off some later game footage and a boss fight that I took down a number of times in an effort to grind out some unique weapons. Old habits die hard, I guess. What questions do you have about Borderlands 4? We'll do a follow-up video soon based on the questions you leave in the comments below. And for more on the biggest upcoming games, check out our recent previews of The Outer Worlds 2 or Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And for everything else, keep hunting for vaults with IGN.
Publisher Take-Two announced this morning that Grand Theft Auto 5 has made off with more than $1 billion during its first 3 days on sale.
GTA 5 has since been re-released for each successive PlayStation and Xbox system, as well as PC. Each time subtly enhanced and each time selling millions of more copies.
It is one of the very best video games ever made.
What makes a game a classic? Is it its lasting impact, impressive sales figures, evolving gameplay? The Grand Theft Auto series is no stranger to these concepts. While many of its entries have become classics in their own right, very few games have had a lasting impact like GTA 5. So it's no surprise that the 10-year-old, 3-console generation spanning crime simulator that so uniquely satirizes the American dream has managed to resonate deeply in the hearts and minds of millions and in turn earned billions of dollars for Rockstar.
Earlier this week, Rockstar announced that GTA 5 made $800 million on day one. Analysts previously estimated that the game would earn $1 billion in its first month, but it appears they heavily underestimated just how excited people are to wreak havoc in Los Santos.
But is financial success the only indication of a classic game? Or is it something else? And with the impending release of GTA 6, is it even possible for Rockstar to repeat history and have lightning strike twice? On this episode of IGN Rewind, we're taking a look back at one of the most influential, critically acclaimed, and popular video games of the 2010s. Nah, you know what? Scratch that. Ever. And why its genre-defining success may very well be the reason why it's taken Rockstar over 12 years to release Grand Theft Auto 6, This is the legacy of Grand Theft Auto 5. Well before GTA 5's first trailer dropped in the fall of 2011, the Grand Theft Auto series had already cemented itself as one of the most popular and revered game series ever.
But of all the worrisome materials swirling about out there, Grand Theft Auto 3, one of the most popular, technically sophisticated, and graphic video games ever designed, may have given our generation of adults something new to worry about.
While the first few entries of the series may not have been as beloved as later titles, due to its top-down 2D perspective and shallow plotline, it still showed off a hyper-violent, satirical take on modern life and the American dream. It wasn't until GTA was able to take full advantage of the PlayStation 2 and bring that vision to a vibrant, and at the time, a lifelike city that reflected real-world locations. Along with that realism and graphics upgrade came an even bigger leap forward in Rockstar's storytelling capabilities and presentation. Gone were the simple smash and grab missions and one-dimensional characters of the earlier games in favor for more realistic depictions of criminals from all walks of life. The PS2 era protagonists were full of personality and motivation, and had backstories that made their attempts at the American dream even more engaging and believable as the series matured. With each entry, this new style of writing, where multi-dimensional characters interacted with an abrasive and satirical world, helped both GTA and AAA games at large.
They got me right fucking here! The end of the road! With a big house and a useless kid, and I'm stuck talking to you because no one else gives a shit. Oh, I'm living a dream, baby!
It wasn't long after GTA 3's wildly successful release that we started to see dozens of copycat games. Driver and Saints Row vied to become the next GTA killer, and you know, we all know how that ended up. Grand Theft Auto had managed to achieve something that very few video games had before it. It had not only cemented itself as one of the main pillar franchises of modern mainstream games, but also broke through to a mainstream audience via lyrics and rap songs, skits on popular TV shows, and even memes.
Oh shit, here we go again.
But like all things that evolve, there were some growing pains. From the start of the series, GTA's depiction of hyperviolence and mature themes had made it the target of criticism from groups all over.
If you're a parent, there are some other things that you should know that should send shivers down your spine if you hear these three words: Grand Theft Auto.
But the graphic violence has attracted angry critics. Denounced by Congress here in the US, the game has been outlawed in Australia, and several other countries are also considering bans.
While most of these groups did nothing more than rattle their sabers in Rockstar's direction, one litigious attorney and anti-video game crusader had other plans.
And therefore, we're simply saying to the industry, if you're going to label these things and admit that they're harmful to minors, stop selling them.
Jack Thompson had been directly and indirectly involved in several prolific court cases against many AAA games throughout the 90s and into the 2000s. After the release of Grand Theft Auto 3, Thompson participated in numerous cases against Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar, such as Strickland v. Sony, a $246 million lawsuit in which the families of the victims of a triple homicide claimed that the shooter was inspired by Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City.
Devin Moore shot 3 people in the head because of a video game?
What we're saying is that Devin Moore was, in effect, trained to do what he did.
Thompson's numerous cases against GTA didn't go anywhere, but he was able to shine a light on how easy it was for kids to get access to a game where committing a mass shooting was gamified, which in turn amplified any negative sentiment against the series by its detractors. None of that seemed to slow down Grand Theft Auto's success during the PlayStation 2 era. As of the time of this video, all 3 mainline games have sold tens of millions of copies. In the years following GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, San Andreas, and a plethora of side stories, ports, and expansions were released, all to a larger audience than their predecessors. By the time GTA entered its HD age, with Grand Theft Auto 4 in 2008, it was unstoppable, thanks to its more mature themes, a bigger and more lifelike Liberty City, and at the time, next-gen presentation.
It's been nearly a decade since IGN gave any game a 10, but there's a reason why that's changed now. GTA 4 is simply one of the best games I've ever seen. The single player has an incredible amount of depth. The city is absolutely stunning to just walk around in, and the multiplayer is one of the best that I've ever seen as well. As an entire package for only $60, whether you buy it on 360 or PS3, you're getting a game that probably is worth spending $300 on. Certainly worth picking up, definitely the best of the series, and easily a contender for Game of the Year.
Not long after the success of Grand Theft Auto 4, millions of people eagerly awaited the next chapter in the series, and after 3 years of rumors and speculation, the first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 5 dropped in 2011. As expected, it was wildly successful.
No longer do we have any rumors. We've been talking forever, oh, GTA 5, it's gotta be in production. But it's been officially confirmed, Grand Theft Auto 5 is coming. This is all we know about it. Rockstar officially released this logo.
Big news today. The first official details about Grand Theft Auto 5 have been announced.
Big, huge day today. The Grand Theft Auto 5 trailer came out. We watched it live.
I know, it was fun.
For now, an hour since then, we've been breaking down every minutiae detail of this thing.
Minutiae detail.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, it's one of those things, everything they said sounds awesome. I really hope it all pays off.
Following the trailer, the drip feed of content from Rockstar was enough to keep millions of fans intrigued and hyped for what was coming next. The game took a different approach from its gritty gangster roots and followed 3 diverse characters with wildly different personalities and playstyles in a recreation of Los Angeles that is so detailed and accurate that players could feasibly navigate their way through some parts of LA without having been there before. Seriously though, Los Santos Vespucci Beach is a dead ringer for Venice Beach, and another perfect example of how the series uses a real-life location as the basis for its exaggerated and over-the-top satire.
Lost your job and the world's moved on, huh? That's too bad.
I didn't lose my job.
Of course. Got too old, got outsourced. Same thing happened to my dad. Now you gotta fit in with a different generation.
The game's plot was well received, thanks to its eccentric cast of characters and a Heat-inspired story about a high-profile robbery, shady government agencies, and like the previous titles before it, fulfilling the American dream.
Look, man, it's been a real honor, homie. But I gotta move forward in my life. It seems like all I do is let people tell me what to do and I do it and nothing changes.
I tell you what, my boy, you tell me exactly what you want and I will very carefully explain to you why it cannot be.
What?
IGN's review gave the game a perfect 10 out of 10 due to its story, large and dense world, and how Grand Theft Auto 5 takes everything great in past titles and makes it even better.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is not only a preposterously enjoyable video game, but also an intelligent, wickedly comic and bitingly relevant commentary on contemporary America. It represents a refinement of everything that GTA 4 brought to the table 5 years ago. It's technically more accomplished in every conceivable way, but it's also tremendously ambitious in its own right. No other world in video games comes close to this in size or scope, and there is sharp intelligence behind its sense of humor and gift for mayhem. It tells a compelling, unpredictable, and provocative story without ever letting it get in the way of your own self-directed adventures through San Andreas. It is one of the very best video games ever made.
The game's quality paid off. Within the game's first 24 hours on sale, it managed to earn a little over $800 million, crossing the $1 billion mark 3 days later.
Publisher Take-Two announced this morning that Grand Theft Auto 5 has made off with more than $1 billion during its first 3 days on sale. A statement reads, "We believe this marks the fastest that any entertainment property, including video games and feature films, has reached this significant milestone."
Grand Theft Auto 5 was a certified hit, and as the series had done multiple times before, it became not only one of the biggest video game releases of all time, but also went on to become one of the most successful pieces of commercial art ever.
I'm Stephen Ogg, and this is IGN News. After a wildly successful launch, it has been revealed that Grand Theft Auto 5 officially holds 7 Guinness World Records. Since its release on September 17th, GTA 5 has enjoyed huge sales figures and managed to generate more revenue than movies such as The Avengers and Avatar. According to Guinness World Records, GTA 5 is the best-selling action-adventure video game in 24 hours and the best-selling video game period in 24 hours with 11.2 million copies sold on day one. Wow. It's the fastest video game to earn $1 billion and the fastest entertainment property to earn $1 billion. It's also the highest grossing video game in 24 hours and holds the record for highest revenue generated by an entertainment product in 24 hours with $816 million. GTA 5 holds the world record for the most viewed trailer for an action-adventure video game.
But single player is only half the story when it comes to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5. When it comes to GTA 5's long-lasting success, most of that can be attributed to the smash hit that is GTA Online. While writing this video, GTA Online still sees an active 6-figure player base on Steam alone. GTA Online has kept itself more relevant for over a decade, thanks to its open-ended nature and constant stream of meaningful updates.
With the release of Grand Theft Auto 5 on PS4 and Xbox One imminent, Rockstar has revealed a range of stats from GTA Online's first year via the Rockstar Newswire. The publisher's GTA Online census reveals that just shy of 34 million players in 224 different countries have logged into GTA Online.
But impressive player counts and a healthy amount of official post-launch content aren't the whole story. GTA 5's online mode has permeated the zeitgeist thanks to its open sandbox gameplay and passionate community. While all popular games have a community around them that keeps the game interesting long after release, GTA 5's online experience is unique because you can play the game daily and not really engage with much of the official content. That's not to say this game is bare though. Throughout Grand Theft Auto Online's life, there have been numerous expansions and events that have kept players coming back for more, but the real carrot on a stick has to come from the community itself. The user-generated content from GTA Online has spawned an entire genre of TikTok and YouTube videos. Users have turned role-playing, trick, and racing modes from the game into videos and social posts that not only generate billions of views, but have also helped launch the careers of hundreds of content creators. One notable event that was created entirely by the community was the infamous Green vs. Purple Alien War, in which players would cause chaos while dressed as green or purple aliens and fight a pseudo-civil war, all of which was planned offline and only possible thanks to a passionate and organized community. But mods and DLC aren't the only reason why Grand Theft Auto Online has managed to stay relevant during its nearly 12-year lifespan. The game was able to secure its die-hard fan base thanks to a feat very few titles have managed to pull off. GTA Online allowed players to hoard more than a decade of digital asset releases, including cars, planes, and other vehicles that would make a digital Jeff Bezos feel poor. The runaway success of Grand Theft Auto Online has helped the game stay near the top of the charts month after month for nearly a decade, earning Rockstar an impressive estimated $8.4 billion in revenue. That's a lot of money. The overwhelming financial success of GTA 5 and GTA Online is most likely why the release gap between GTA 5 and 6 is nearly 12 years. While it may seem like Rockstar figured out the winning formula to print money, it has to be recognized that lightning just doesn't strike twice. With the poor reception of Red Dead Online 2 and a growing competitive online multiplayer space thanks to games like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone, there may be some hesitation on Rockstar's part to dive into a brand new version of GTA Online. Regardless of how you feel about that, GTA Online is a true testament to what happens when a developer not only supports a title long after release, but allows its users to build and create content for what might very well be a metaverse in its own right. To put the popularity and lifespan of GTA 5 into perspective, the entire series, starting with the original Grand Theft Auto in 1997 to the final expansion of Grand Theft Auto 4, The Lost and the Damned, was released over the span of 11 years. Nearly the same amount of time that GTA 5 has managed to stay on top of the sales charts month after month. As of the time of this video, GTA 5 has sold close to 190 million copies, only to be beaten by Minecraft's 300 million copies and Tetris's 520 million units. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold more units than Sony sold PlayStation 2s, Microsoft shipped Xbox 360s, and even Nintendo has currently sold Switches. But sales aren't everything, because the sheer popularity of this game can't be understated, thanks to its impact on everything from the way modern games are presented, to the way content creators have built a world around an existing franchise, and even its impact on mainstream commercial art.
So now what?
And now, with the long-awaited sequel on the horizon, Rockstar may have another mega hit on its hands, thanks in part to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5.
Elden Ring Night Rain is a weird one. It takes the foundation of one of the best open-world RPGs of a generation and turns it into not just a roguelite where death is even more of a big deal, but a 3-person co-op focused roguelite. And in many ways, that strange experimental concoction is a success. Under the right conditions, Night Rain's 45-ish minute runs are positively thrilling. They are packed with surprising encounters, challenging decisions, satisfying opportunities for teamwork, and some of the best boss battles From Software has ever come up with. And that's a very high bar. The big problem, however, is that those right conditions are far more difficult to create than they should be. You really need to have a consistent squad of similarly skilled players that are able to devote hours at a time in order to see what makes Night Rain special. And when you don't, the flaws of its design are magnified tenfold. There is excellence in this Elden Ring spin-off, but it's excellence that's just a little bit tarnished. Let's get the most important caveat out of the way. If you are hoping to tackle Night Rain entirely solo, and are anything less than a hardcore Elden Ring player that actively seeks out ways to make that already difficult game even more challenging, Night Rain isn't for you. Yes, there is technically a single player option, but it's so poorly balanced that I would be honestly shocked if it isn't patched and adjusted within the first month of release. And this is coming from someone who lives and breathes these types of games. To understand why, we first need to go over what Night Rain even is. On a very basic level, this is a roguelite that takes place on an island called Limveld, which is kind of like a melting pot of Elden Ring's environments, enemies, bosses, and structures. The general flow of a run is split up into a 3-day cycle. On days 1 and 2, it's all about farming gear, defeating bosses, and leveling up so that you're as prepared as possible when you face off against one of the 8 extremely difficult Nightlord bosses on day 3. It's a great formula, and while you might think that the mostly static map would get old after a while, there's a good amount of procedural generation on every run that mixes up the location of just about every point of interest, requiring you to plan out a unique route on each new attempt. On top of that, there are also random events like boss raids, summoning portals, and other wild occurrences that inject a heavy level of chaos every once in a while. Efficiency is key because you are on a very strict time limit, with a battle royale-esque circle that constricts at set points throughout the day, eventually shrinking to the size of a small battlefield and setting the stage for a boss battle that ends the night. It is immediately obvious that Night Rain was designed with a 3-player squad in mind. Enemy encampments that don't require you to fight a single boss will instead have you spread out to take down 3 tough enemies. Basic encounters against 5 or more enemies that would be trivial with 3 players become costly time wasters when you're on your own. And the new Nightlord bosses all seem explicitly designed with having allies in mind, and I'm not sure how I would even approach several of them by myself. Night Rain at least scales up your damage when you're alone, but it doesn't change any of these fundamental design decisions in any way that would make solo play more reasonable. But the biggest issue is that co-op partners are able to revive each other when someone goes down, but you've only got 1 life to live against bosses when you're out on your own. That's generally the case in roguelites, but usually there's some sort of safety net that you can fall back on. For example, Hades has Death Defiances, and part of the progression of that game allows you to work towards unlocking more of them with every run. Returnal has artifacts that you can find that give you extra lives, rewarding you for being more thorough in your exploration. Spelunky has shortcuts that allow you to skip the early stages to get practice on the enemies, traps, and bosses that you only have limited experience with. The list goes on, but Night Rain has virtually nothing to make up for the fact that solo players lose access to that crucial revival option. There is an item that will resurrect you once with half of your life, but it's limited to the highest rarity tier, meaning you have to choose it over a legendary weapon if one does appear as a reward. Similarly, you may find them in a shop, but they cost a substantial amount of runes that you could instead use to level up. Either way, it's just not a solution that makes up for the crippling detriment of not having someone to revive you if you go down. None of this is to say that solo play is outright impossible, and I have had a few successful runs on my own, just that the balancing of solo play feels like a job half finished, and as a result, the frustration of playing alone wasn't worth the triumph for me to have any desire to play it more without a squad. Night Rain's saving grace is that when you do have a squad of 3 people who all know what they're doing, communicate well, and are generally pretty skilled at Elden Ring, it really is a lot of fun. The central idea of taking an entire game's worth of progression and condensing it into a 40-minute run is a strong one. Going from cutting down rats with a basic weapon to culling Elden Ring's most fearsome bosses with a badass armament that you may or may not have gotten to use in the main game is one of the coolest and most satisfying parts. It's 80+ hours of character growth condensed into less than an hour and shot straight into your veins. Dropping into a run the first couple of times is certainly overwhelming, mostly because of the amount of information on the minimap you have to process, but at least FromSoft keeps the inventory and stat management very simple. Level ups are automatic, letting you press a button at a sigh of grace to automatically level your class's preferred stats. And as far as weapon stats go, all you have to worry about here is the damage number, the elemental affinity, the passive bonus you get simply for having the weapon in your inventory, and the weapon skill that comes along with it. This meant when I had a choice between 3 rewards, I was able to very quickly make a judgment on what I needed at that moment and continue on my way. Eventually I started to understand what rewards were offered at which camps, which ones were quick and could be cleared before the circle closed in, which ones I should do only if I had a lot of extra time, what level I should attempt certain roaming bosses, and which bosses I should absolutely avoid unless my team was really confident in our builds. Exploring these areas can be more frustrating than it needs to be, thanks to a new wall climbing ability that just feels straight up bad. Especially when it takes 3 attempts to jump over what looks like should be an easily scalable wall as you're trying to escape from the encroaching circle. But learning the ins and outs of the map helped my efficiency and led to a very satisfying feeling of skill progression that wasn't tied to the actual progression system that offers persistent improvements between attempts. That system is tied to relics that can be won after completing a run. Whether you win or lose, you still get relics, but the better you perform, the better the quality and quantity of relics you earn. These can be equipped before a run and impart stat bonuses, starting skills or elemental affinities for your initial weapon, buffs for performing certain actions, and in some cases, they can even improve the skills of a specific class. When you're just starting out, these bonuses are hardly noticeable and too random to really make any sort of compelling build from, but eventually, with enough runs under your belt, you'll get some powerful relics that can really start to have an effect on your power level in a run. That said, there should really be more of an element of choice with regards to the meta progression, or at least a way to control some of the randomness. There are a small selection of relics that you can buy at the jar shop inside your base before runs, and there are set relic rewards for being Night Lord bosses and completing class-specific objectives called remembrances, but other than that, you're completely at the mercy of the RNG gods when it comes to what relics you get. It can be really annoying when you're looking to strengthen your preferred class, and you keep getting relics that just don't do anything for you. One of the biggest departures compared to what we're used to from Elden Ring is that the classes are now actual classes, with unique skills and gameplay styles, as opposed to soft classes that just determine your starting stats and weapons. And the 8 options are varied and well defined, with even the most basic archetypes having some interesting twists to them. The Wilder, for instance, is the general jack of all trades, but also has access to a nifty grappling hook that can be used to pull weak enemies towards you, zip yourself towards larger enemies, or simply zoom you around the field at high speeds if you aim it on the ground. In addition to the basic fighter, mage, and ranger archetypes, you also have a few completely unique choices that don't fit into any pre-existing mold. One of the most interesting classes is the Executor, whose main skill has you pulling out a unique sword with a Sekiro-like parrying mechanic tied to it. Basically, by blocking attacks with proper timing, you completely negate damage, don't lose any stamina, and reduce the enemy's own stamina, potentially opening them up for a critical hit. It's a very risky class, especially in a game where missing a parry can mean almost certain death, and it feels like the offensive power of the Sekiro sword is a little too weak to justify the risk of the parries, but I appreciate this inclusion nonetheless as both a nod to Sekiro and a completely different way to approach combat. As mentioned, each of the classes has a remembrance tied to them, which is essentially a collection of journal entries that chronicle the story of how they wound up in Limveld and their purpose for being there. It's a far cry from the rich lore that we're used to in FromSoft games, but at least each of the remembrances has a handful of playable chapters that have you completing specific objectives in order to earn powerful relics, as well as a healthy amount of runes to help you level up during the actual run itself. Almost all of Night Rain is made up of existing Elden Ring parts, but there are a few surprise bosses that are pulled from the Dark Souls series as well. But the 8 Night Lords are brand new, and oh boy, they're almost all unlike any boss FromSoft has ever designed before. Many of them are clearly inspired by MMO boss battles, with a number of party-wiping attacks that must be stopped or interrupted before they get a chance to finish their preparation. Others are designed to split the party up into roles to either hold aggro or press the assault, and some are just designed to be all-out wars against absurdly aggressive foes. They're almost all bangers, with only one of them being a dud, due to the best strategy simply being hanging back and pelting them with arrows for what felt like an hour. Still, 7 out of 8 is still pretty great, especially when those 7 are among the best From Software has ever created, with excellent accompanying soundtracks to match. I don't want to spoil them too much, but the fight against the Fisher and the Fog boss in particular is so good it gave me goosebumps all throughout. But the creativity of those bosses once again shines a light on the eldritch elephant in the room. They only really work as a team, and by far the two biggest issues facing Night Rain right now are 1. The shocking lack of crossplay, and 2. The absence of a duo's playlist. If you play as a duo, you will be forced to fill the third player with matchmaking. It is simply a lot to ask of a group of 3 people who all must have purchased the $40 game, play on the same platform, be of a similarly matched skill to be able to handle the extreme challenge of the day 3 bosses, have the time to devote 45 minutes per run, and also can agree on fighting the same boss that they may or may not need to beat for their own individual progression. There is a decent pinging system that at least makes it possible for light communication with a group of randos, but there's no built-in voice chat, which makes nuance like trying to communicate that your group should hit the basement of the castle instead of the front or side entrance virtually impossible. It's just a night and day difference when you're able to group up with a squad that communicates well and knows what they're doing versus when you've got one that doesn't listen to you or just constantly makes bad decisions, especially with no way to vote to cancel or quit out of a run without penalty. That makes the prospect of random matchmaking on the live servers pretty unappealing. When Elden Ring Night Rain is played exactly as it was designed to be played, it's one of the finest examples of a 3-player co-op game around. The 8 character classes are each fun to use and feature a surprising amount of depth despite their limited movesets. The new Night Lord boss battles are among the best FromSoft has ever crafted and make the most of the 3-player dynamic, and the fast-paced race against the clock nature of each run leads to exciting moments of split-second decision-making and frantic rushes to try to finish up a fight before the circle closes in. But a lack of crossplay, duo matchmaking, and built-in communication tools makes it hard to create the conditions needed to have this kind of experience unless you're bringing 2 real-life friends on every run. And if you want to just play by yourself, I can't recommend it because of the poor solo mode balancing. All of this amounts to an ambitious spin-off that's exhilarating when you're able to create the proper conditions, and one that quickly flips to incredibly frustrating when you're not.
One of my favorite features in the first Death Stranding was how you could get that little hover caddy thing, and you could put your mail and carry it around, or you could do sick tricks and ride it like a skateboard, which is a thing you can actually do in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which you, Nick Maillet, played a whole bunch of. What's up with those skateboards?
Yeah. Okay. So Tony Hawk 3 and 4, it's a remake, calling it a remaster, but let's be honest, it's a remake of Tony Hawk 3 and 4, as the name would suggest. One thing out of the 8, there is no campaign for Tony Hawk 4. I know that's made a lot of people really kind of about the game, but I can guarantee you it's really fun. It plays exactly like how you used to play the old games. What was funny for me is that I haven't played them in almost 20 years at this point. I'm old, I get it. And within like 4 or 5 minutes, I full muscle memory and just knew exactly where to go. And it's like very nostalgic, but it also feels super modern, if that makes sense. Like it's not as rough as if you went back and played them on the PS2 where you're like, oh, this was better when I was a kid.
How did it compare, I guess, to playing the first 2 remasters? Because I remember those looked, and I mean, they perform well. They perform as they play like the originals play, but there's still that kind of weird separation of like, this looks like a brand new game, but it sort of controls like an older game. What did 3 and 4 do to sort of push things forward in terms of the Tony Hawk experience?
Yeah, I would say 3 and 4, I think it's pretty objectively at this point, even if you go off like IGN's reviews and stuff, better games. The worlds are a lot bigger. The maps, they're just like, everything's more fleshed out. There's a lot more to do. It's more wacky and zany.
The missions I remember being insane. Like I saw a little bit in this footage here. There was like a dude in a haunted house that turned into bats.
Yeah, he's the Slender Man, and you go up to him and he's like, oh, I need to get in this house. And you find an axe, you give it to him, and then he like gets dragged down to hell. But then you get another place where you can skateboard and a bunch of skeletons are like dancing and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, this is the insanity that I forgot these games had, because they got a bit more grounded later on with like Project 8 and stuff.
I gotta ask,
a little bit undergrounded.
A quick spoiler, but I need to know the Canada level. It's back, right?
Yes.
Can you tip the man who is peeing on the edge of a mountain over the mountain still?
I couldn't find him.
Oh no!
But I also might have. I didn't play the Canada one that much because.
Okay.
This is a personal preference. I don't like snow levels in games. As weird as that is, if there's snow, I tend to avoid it. And I'm like, I don't know why. I just feel cold.
What's wrong with you?
I feel Nick on that because I like snow biomes, but I hate deserts. And every game nowadays feels like they have to include one or two deserts or a desert and a wasteland, and I'm so sick of it.
I mean, I get the desert because they're sort of desolate by definition, but like, what's wrong with snow?
I don't know.
Cool. It's like a cool thing to show off. Like you get little snow drifts. You can see footprints. Maybe the people follow you.
I get wowed for a minute, and then I'm just like, it's just like I'm watching this gameplay right
shivering.
now that I played, and I'm just like. It ruined Kingdom Hearts 3 for me when you're in the snow and Sora didn't wear a jacket, and I still think about that.
When you found out there's a whole Frozen level, you're like, oh no.
And all he says is like, if we run really fast, it'll be warm. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I didn't realize I was on a podcast with a bunch of synesthesia dudes.
Yeah.
I want to say I get it, but I don't. I just don't understand. I mean, snow levels are just, I feel like they're completely innocuous. Like there's the rare occasion where like, oh, you're going to slip on ice, or maybe the cold actually hurts you if you're not wearing the right outfit or whatever. But in like a skateboarding game, are you just mad because it looks like a snowboarding game? Like,
it's just, I don't know. For me, skateboarding is, we're going to the beach or a haunted house, not in the snow. Nick did just point out, the guy was peeing off the edge, and I do remember in the remake, that's a dude who's trying to take pictures of you.
Oh, they changed it from a peeing person to a photographer. Yeah. Interesting.
And those are the hardest missions because it's like, do this really ancillary thing right now here, and I'm like, I never get it. But
wait, so he's not peeing anymore? He's just a photographer? What?
Yeah, he's taking photos of you instead.
Interesting. Oh man, I was gonna say like I love how like. Dudes peeing off of ledges was like a pretty groundbreaking thing in the PS2 era. They had that in like Metal Gear Solid 2. You just always trying to knock them down. Yeah, I don't know. Go figure. So yeah, this looks rad. I'm actually like way more interested in this. I went into 1 and 2 like I had fond memories of playing them as a kid. And then immediately jumping into the remakes going, oh right, I suck. I completely suck at these games because they're like, I mean, the first ones are very they're very like, they're all very score based, but I think what kind of missed me as like a middle schooler was that they're also effectively rhythm games. Like it really comes down to just, nailing those combos. And are these a little more forgiving and if you just want to kind of screw around? Because that's sort of what it sounds like.
Yeah. And it's a lot of it's to level design. 3 and 4 have much bigger, more open, more fun levels that aren't like, especially with 1 where you kind of there's a path that you want to take that's optimal. These are a bit more open and more fun, and I found myself like doing a lot better than I did with the last remakes, just because the game's just a lot. It just sum it up. It's just a better game.
I mean, that's transitioning from the 64 and PS1 to PS2 back in the day for 3 and 4. Like that just afforded them so much more polygons and space on the disc to put more things, so they were able to make these stages better. So I love 1 and 2, but yeah, 3 was my favorite, like, of all time. Plus, you get to skate as Wolverine in 3, which I like 99.9% sure he's not coming back this time around, which is a bummer.
Don't think he is, but Bam Margera's back, so.
Yeah, that was a pretty big announcement that they had, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of like question marks on whether or not he would be in the game, but no, it seems like they got him back, so good for them.
The Birdman is back, and he's once again 540 Christ-airing his way into my house and into my heart, like some kind of majestic, motorhead-fueled messiah of manuals, methods, and Madonnas. As the follow-up to 2020's absolutely delightful remake of the first 2 Pro Skater games, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 may lack the outright initial novelty of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, and it definitely colours outside the lines a bit more while bringing these classics back to life, but it's also impossible for me to deny how infectiously fun it is being transported back to 2001 for some authentically old-school arcade skating action. The pleasure is to play, barks Lemmy Kilmister in the iconic speed metal masterpiece Ace of Spades, which was the high-energy opener for the original THPS 3 more than 2 decades ago, and returns to do the same job in THPS 3 and 4. You're damn right it is, Lemmy. Five years ago, developer Vicarious Visions achieved the improbable with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Despite the stench of Robomoto's disastrous Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 still lingering in the air like a swampy pair of SB dunks, Vicarious Visions produced one of the most pitch-perfect and essential remakes of the modern era. One that would go on to record the highest first month of sales for any game in the long-running Tony Hawk series. For its valiant efforts, Vicarious Visions was promptly shut down. And Hawk himself confirmed plans to produce Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 were subsequently kick-flipped to the curb. Fortunately, this decision was reversed and the project landed at Iron Galaxy. Despite having a different developer at the helm, THPS 3 and 4 remains mostly in sync with the look and structure of THPS 1 and 2. That is, the graphics are similarly crisp and colourful, and the performance is robust and reliable. The Skate roster is a mix of returning pros from the original games, the new additions from THPS 1 and 2, and some fresh faces debuting in the series. Yes, Bam Margera is here too. He may be absent from the intro sizzle, but you'll be able to find him in the unlockable secrets. Both games in the package are again represented as two separate strings of levels, but beyond that, everything is unified. Moves and tricks are common across both games, including things like, say, spine transfers, which were only originally introduced in THPS 4. On top of that, the stat points you collect playing one game will improve your skater in the other, and any currency you gather goes to one central kitty to spend on kit for your custom skater. Or secret skaters, fancy effects, or special visual filters. Basically, if you've played THPS 1 and 2, you'll know what to expect. But even if you haven't, I anticipate you'll catch on quickly to the neat and tidy 2-for-1 philosophy at work. The magic of THPS 3 and 4 lives in its levels, and despite a couple of apparent absences, the marvellously remade maps are the stars of the show. As was the case with THPS 1 and 2, it's just so charming to be carving and comboing my way through such familiar geometry, only with a slick and modern facelift. From feeling the heat of the molten metal in Foundry, to ascending the levels of Alcatraz, unlocking and arriving in each returning map has been a huge highlight. Airport is still an impeccable string of skate lines. Cruise ship is still a wonderfully Moorish challenge to score crazy combos without cannonballing into the Caribbean. It's great stuff. Kona still suffers from parts of its real-world inspired layout being a bit of a plain space for the zany arcade skating of a Tony Hawk's game. And London's shift to night seems to make it a little more boring to look at, but there aren't really any complete duds here aside from THPS 4's Zoo, which has been turned into a tournament level. The zoo is now abandoned, so it's now lifeless and lonely, and the night setting is once again dull on the eyes. While there's no sign of THPS 4's Chicago or Carnival maps, there are 3 brand new ones Iron Galaxy has added to the THPS 4 campaign. I'm not sure how I feel about it in purist terms, although Water Park and Pinball are both seriously excellent levels. An abandoned water park full of empty pools and crusty old water slides is such a perfect environment for a pro skater game, it's almost hard to believe it didn't already exist. And Pinball is seriously eye-catching. From the chrome sheen of the shiny metal ball to the gigantic Tony Hawk looming over the machine itself. Level goals are mostly drawn from the original games. Iron Galaxy hasn't arbitrarily moved the hidden tapes somewhere else, but there are a few new or amended ones throughout. These generally work. For instance, the incredibly easy Trash the Museum on cruise ship has been replaced with a far more satisfyingly complex trick gauntlet you need to complete in order to produce the same slapstick result.
That could have put someone's eye out.
But there are a couple of misses. Switching out London's Stompy the Elephant for a weird bloke in his undies is an odd pivot. Most of the liberties have been taken in THPS 4's levels, where there's been some significant pruning. Essentially, THPS 4's levels have all been streamlined to function under the classic 2-minute timer, so this means you won't be freely skating around speaking with fellow pro skaters and receiving verbal goals from them as you encounter each one. Those conversations are gone, and so too are lots of goals. I will note that some that I thought were missing appeared as one of the 5 extra pro goals that become available after getting every initial goal in all parks. We even get combo goals for THPS 3 levels that never previously had them, which is cool. But there's give and take. Either way, the THPS 4 campaign generally only feels like a remake in brief bursts. Most of the time, it's really a reimagining. You can change the timer to be up to 60 minutes as a new gameplay mod, joining the list of cheats returning from THPS 1 and 2, but while it reduces friction, it doesn't really make it any more like classic THPS 4. On the topic of goals, however, elsewhere there's been some well-considered evolution to the park editor, which now features a create a goal function. This is a huge plus. Now user levels don't have to exclusively be places for you to just cruise around until you get bored and decide to move on. They can be a whole new pillar of your THPS 3 and 4 playtime, tackling new challenges and collecting skate letters, combo lines, and hitting smashables in fresh maps every time you boot up. I think this has massive promise. While I'm certain the reimagining of THPS 4's campaign mode will be a bona fide bugbear for some purists, personally I'm far more disappointed in the total about-face on display when it comes to THPS 3 and 4's soundtrack. It's actually a genuinely baffling situation. The importance of soundtracks to the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series is a well-established fact. They've achieved legendary status in the business, and multiple oral histories have charted the stories behind their creation over the years. In 2020, the philosophy was abundantly clear when it came to THPS 1 and 2. The soundtracks were a critical part of the equation, and it was a central priority. 22 out of the 25 songs that made up the original soundtracks to those first 2 games were resecured for the remake, and only 3 could not be licensed again at that time. With 22 returning songs and 37 fresh ones, 59 songs in total, the soundtrack to THPS 1 and 2 is more or less spot on. Unfortunately, THPS 3 and 4 is a different story altogether. Whether it's a coincidence or otherwise, THPS 3 and 4 has also arrived with 59 songs in total, but the balance is all wrong.
Look at this, skater.
Yes, it's certainly true that both THPS 3 and THPS 4 had significantly larger soundtracks than the original pair of games. 20 for THPS 3 and 35 for THPS 4. And yes, hypothetically resecuring every single song probably wouldn't have left much scope to augment the soundtrack with new music released since the heyday of the original Pro Skater games. Therefore, I would have been content to concede that a fair compromise would have been half and half, or at least a similar mix to THPS 1 and 2. Say, 20 or so classic songs and the remainder new. We didn't get close to that. Bafflingly, we got just 6 out of 20 from THPS 3 and a mere 4 out of 35 from THPS 4. That's 10 total, less than 20% of the original songs, and less than half the number of returning songs THPS 1 and 2 has. In actual fact, there are bands that weren't even asked, and they're as surprised as their fans to be absent from the THPS 3 and 4 soundtrack.
Not my banners!
Apologists may badger me about using Spotify instead, but despite the presence of Body Jar, it's simply not the same as having the music baked into the game where it belongs. That is, I count myself lucky that Body Jar's Not the Same made the cut. Depending on the day of the week you ask me, it's near enough my favourite song of all time. But my fellow old fans may not be as fortunate. After all, even the title track for THPS 4 was brushed aside. Simply put, this is a fumble for any remake, but it's a particularly disappointing one for a pair of games in which the music is a key pillar of what makes them special and memorable. Don't get me wrong, there are some genuinely great new tracks on THPS 3 and 4 that have instantly worked their way from the game to my daily playlists. Dog Ears by Urethane, Hollywood Sucks by Kenny Hoopla, Boys in the Better Land by Fontaine's DC, Roller by the St. Cecilia, and Better Off by Common Perry are all total bangers, and I wasn't previously familiar with a single one of them. Rescuing Lupe Fiasco's skateboarding anthem Kick Push from being forever marooned in 2006's Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam was also a commendable decision. However, I just cannot ignore the casual indifference shown to the original soundtracks.
Fire the game!
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is a largely successful rejuvenation of the acclaimed 2001 and 2002 originals, and another very welcome time capsule of everything great about the golden age of early 2000s gaming, before microtransactions and battle passes botched everything right up. Like 2020's 1 and 2 before it, THPS 3 and 4 proves again the series' over-the-top skateboarding formula is totally timeless and remains suitable for all skill levels. Simple at first blush, but extraordinarily sophisticated beneath the surface for those with the minerals, or the muscle memory, to push their combos to colossal levels. However, syncing THPS 4 with the classic 2-minute timer of the initial trilogy is probably going to be a sore point with fans who strongly regard the series' fourth installment as their favourite, and discarding a whopping 80% of the original THPS 3 and THPS 4 soundtracks is a startlingly naive choice to make about such a famously crucial component of those games. No TNT? Watch me explode!
I play a lot of competitive shooters, and I mean a lot of competitive shooters. Whether it's being an unfortunate son in Gray Zone Warfare, flipping cards in Fragpunk, or smashing and grabbing in the finals, this has been my default gaming night with a friend genre since I was in school many years ago. And even after many thousands of hours spread across Call of Duty, Halo Infinite, and Valorant, among others, there's something about the action in the Rainbow Six series that stands out and just feels right. Now that Rainbow Six Siege is celebrating its 10th year with a massive new update in the form of Rainbow Six Siege X, revisiting it has proven that the fundamentals of its destructive tactical style are nearly as strong as ever, even if some of the new modes might be more of a flashbang in the pan. Bomb remains the headliner mode. Two teams take turns on offense and defense, trying to either fortify their position and protect a bomb, or battle their way in to defuse it. And if you die, you're out for the round. That concept has been around for decades, but Siege's distinctive entrenchment and destruction mechanics make its version stand out, and both sides of that coin are extremely fun. I'm a huge fan of the preparation phase. It's so much fun to throw down a bunch of temporary walls, set up these traps, and dare the attacker to come and try to defuse your bomb. I love being on offense just as much, scouting with my little remote-controlled camera, trying to gather intel 1 second, then zooming and jumping around to dodge incoming fire from the enemy in a makeshift game of Droning Hawk's Pro Skater. Once the action starts, it becomes an intense game of cat and mouse. Attackers can come from any direction, including through walls, and those moments of silence before all hell breaks loose are intense. The fast time to kill rewards smart positioning over twitch skill, and I appreciate the way the relatively slow aim down sights animation forces you to decide before a fight how you want to engage. This is a thinking man's shooter through and through, and the way you can easily lean from side to side to get a better shot without exposing your body makes the gunplay feel almost like a martial art. Operators are Siege's cast of playable characters, and there's an impressive list of 75 of them. Each plays at least slightly differently, with half reserved for attackers, half for defenders. They do a great job catering to all kinds of playstyles, whether you want to smash through walls with your big hammer as Sledge, or dash around at high speed as Oryx. It is surprising that the Siege X update didn't add anyone new to the roster, though we did get Rora just a few months ago, so there isn't exactly a drought. I appreciate how easy it is to open a menu and see some simple videos explaining how each character's abilities work, since there's so much to learn. In addition to Bomb, Siege has had a smattering of other modes, like Deathmatch, Hostage, and Secure Area for a while. Each functions as an interesting change of pace, though I found that to be all they were good for in the long run. The training playlist, however, is well worth your time. It has special game types, like Landmark Drill, which sends you to find a tablet in named locations around a given map. That's a great learning tool that builds skills that translates directly to other modes, which helps make Siege pretty welcoming to newcomers, despite being around for so long and having built a pro-level community. The Siege X update adds a new 6 vs 6 mode called Dual Front, but that too seems more likely to be a palate cleanser than a destination. Here, both teams attack and defend areas simultaneously, with 3 enemy sectors to capture, 1 at a time, to win. There are no restrictions on what type of character you can use, though only 37 of the 75 operators are eligible selections. Sorry Lion, maybe next time. My main issue with it is that the single available map is enormous, which, combined with the fast time to kill of Siege, means you tend to spend just a small fraction of the match duration involved in actual action. The only consequence to dying is a 20-second respawn timer, which robs Siege of the pulse-pounding, high-stakes feel Bomb does so well. It never took more than a few rounds of Dual Front before I wished I was back doing that instead.
Changing mags!
Siege X is built around a limited free-to-play model. I say limited because, while you can absolutely play Siege X for free, it locks some key mode variations, like Ranked and Siege Cup, behind a paywall. You'll need to spend around $20 US if you want to access those. That seems like an odd choice for something that already has a robust shop and Battle Pass system for generating money, particularly when other popular games, like Marvel Rivals, don't do any of this kind of segmentation between paid and unpaid players. The most important unlock is new operators, because having the ones you need to pull off your favorite strategies can directly dictate how effective your team can be in combat. There are a few ways to get them, and thankfully everyone is available without spending any money, though of course that option is on the table if you need to speed things up. Some unlock as you level up, others become available by completing challenges once you reach level 20, or you can buy them using one of 2 in-game currencies, Renown and R6 credits. Renown is earned by completing matches, while R6 credits are a premium currency you can buy with real-world money. $9 gets you 1,200 credits, with some discounts for buying more at a time. The cheapest operators cost 1,000 Renown, which takes about an hour to earn, or 240 credits, which are both pretty reasonable. The price tag is higher depending on how recently the character was added, however. Some cost as much as 25,000 Renown, which means you could end up investing more than a full day of playtime just to get one new operator. You can get those same people for 600 R6 credits, and with how good some of those more expensive operators are, that monetization push starts to become a pretty aggressive shove. I mean, Alibi here can set up a trap with her holograms and do this. So of course you'll want her available. The other things you can spend your hard-earned money on include a Battle Pass and, naturally, cosmetics. The Battle Pass is your standard mix of free rewards for everyone and additional unlockables for opting into the premium version. Unlike the typical linear progression though, it does offer some branching paths, a nice touch to let you steer towards prizes that interest you. The cosmetic options, meanwhile, are pretty great, especially the operator skins. It's hard to resist the urge to swing a big old hammer dressed as Master Chief or terrorize the other team as a bloody Homelander. One of the hallmarks of Siege has always been the way you can punch through walls, breach barriers, or come crashing down through the ceiling into your assault. That still works as well as ever, but it feels like it could have used an update for this 10-year relaunch celebration. For all the walls you can Kool-Aid Man through, there are still a surprising amount of invincible barriers like this, that make its destruction system less flexible and realistic than a more modern game might be. This is especially true on rooftops, which limit your options for a vertical breach to the small number of predetermined access points. Those limitations stand out when other games that have come along since Siege first blazed the trail let you smash through almost anything. I'm not saying Siege needs to let you literally bring down the house, but the fact that I can't throw some thermite under the bomb and drop it through the floor like I can with the bank in the finals really sticks out. On the other hand, some things have not only stood the test of time, they've aged like fine wine poured directly into your ears. A decent audio system, especially headphones, has always been an advantage in Siege, thanks to its outstanding sound design, and Siege X has noticeably improved it. The most significant difference I've heard is in footsteps above and below you. Once you learn to recognize the difference between the booming noise above versus the more hollowed out sounds below, you can start to close your eyes and pinpoint exactly where threats will come from. Op 4 eliminated. Which is such a cool gameplay-based reward for paying attention to the details. Siege X brings a few other extremely situational upgrades I quite like. Rappelling is one of the most fun offensive options. Hanging upside down like a tactical Spider-Man and getting the drop on enemies watching stairways and doors who forget to look up has always been supremely satisfying, though until now, that has tended to leave you a sitting duck or a piñata. if the enemy sees you, but new options to sprint along the wall or jump around corners means getting spotted isn't instant death, and I found myself using it a lot more as a result. There aren't any new maps in the latest update, which is too bad, but it's not like Siege was lacking in that department. Ubisoft did give 5 of the 26 existing levels a facelift with improved lighting and new 4K textures, with more to come later. They also featured the new destructible objects like gas pipes and fire extinguishers, which can be shot to create jets of flame or smoke. It's extremely rare for that to matter in a fight, but it does have a very cool cinematic flair, with just a touch of area control that I appreciate. Even 10 years in, Rainbow Six Siege X remains a lot of fun to play, and mastering every operator will be enough to keep me coming back for more long after I finish this review. With its outstanding bomb mode as its centerpiece, this is a great option for anyone who likes their shooters with just as much focus on planning and outwitting the competition as there is in beating them to the shot. There are elements like the limits to destructibility that show the age of Siege's underlying technology, and I have concerns about how unlockables ratchet up the pressure to spend on the slightly unconventional free-to-play model. But it's tough to beat the thrill of a tense match versus another squad of operators. The X update is a solid step forward for Siege, a great jumping in point for anyone returning, and just the right spot for those looking to breach these walls for the first time. For more, check out our reviews of Splitgate 2 or Dune Awakening. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Mind's Eye may look like an exciting GTA-adjacent action-adventure in short clips and GIFs, but actually playing it through to the end of its story has revealed an unfinished, overly ambitious project that's plagued with performance problems, makes precious little use of its open world, and is crippled by unconvincing combat and dull mission design. While it's natural to draw comparisons with GTA, in basic terms, Mind's Eye is more akin to the Mafia series. The first mission is a short drive into the desert to shoot 4 robots who barely have the vigor to fire back, and the second requires you to track a slow-moving thief by monitoring a security console and switching cameras.
I see him. He's on the move.
It's not exactly an explosive opening stanza, but things don't get that much better when the bullets really start flying. It's 10 hours of the most boringly straightforward missions from the past decades of open-world action games. Combat against the handful of bot types and human soldiers is mostly just plain, and dud enemy AI doesn't make for particularly satisfying shootouts. Humans are the least sensible. Sometimes they take cover, sometimes they just walk towards you waiting to get shot. Come on guys, it's not fun to shoot you if you like it. Run out to meet them and they're confusingly slow to react. Not that this is a particularly strong tactic, as there is no melee attack. It's just janky. On the one hand, you can actually shoot individual pieces, including weapons, off the bots. That's nice. On the other, put a round into a human standing behind some scenery and they'll often blink back into cover with no linking animation whatsoever. That's shoddy. It's not due to a lack of firepower, because Mind's Eye does feature plenty of guns, although it mostly just chucks them into your arsenal with so little fanfare I usually didn't notice. I just spot something new in my weapon wheel, like another assault rifle or some kind of energy blaster. It's rarely clear about what you should be using at any given moment, and it doesn't seem to matter much. The action does improve towards the back end of the story, as Diaz gets access to all his partner drone's special perks. The ability to zap an enemy robot and turn it into an instant ally gives the action some zest that it absolutely lacks out of the gate. Your drone's grenade ability is also neat for a while, but it's probably a bit too effective at clearing out the enemies ahead. I spent most of the late game missions as my drone, dropping endless grenades on soldiers and robots from high above. It made what turned out to be the penultimate battle into one of the easiest, because the bad guys just have no defense against this. The primary problem I had with Mind's Eye, though, was its drastically uneven performance on my high-end PC. While the auto settings placed the bulk of the configurable options at high and capped the frame rate at 60, my playthrough was rife with issues. It's regularly blurry and choppy when panning, and the frame rate would flutter and sometimes hang. During one car chase, performance chugged to a crawl and was only barely playable. Sometimes even the cutscenes would stutter and display ghosting. Experimenting with lowering the settings hasn't yielded much in the way of positive results. It's in really rough shape technically. To be fair, there are definitely moments in Mind's Eye when it looks quite stunning. Explosions are excellent.
Is that you?
The sunlight piercing through Red Rock's glitzy hotels is seriously snazzy. I liked the sheer scale and complexity of the Silver Factory's rocket loader, and at one point the metallic sheen of a parked jet in the desert glare stopped me in my tracks. When it runs well and looks good, it looks very good. But 6 months ago I played through Indiana Jones and the Great Circle on this machine, and it performed fabulously. Mind's Eye does not. It's like Steven Seagal circa 1990. Looks cool, just doesn't know how to run properly. Performance optimization won't solve Mind's Eye's myriad other issues though. A lot of these are really just baked into how it's designed. Too often, the missions are simply restrictive and dull. All you could do is drive a pre-assigned vehicle to a marker. That triggers a cutscene, then you shoot everything, then you drive somewhere else. It's also rigid and leaves no room for the kind of goofing around or antics you can get into in comparable games. And there's certainly none of the emergent fun you constantly get in something like GTA. Mind's Eye rarely trusts us to even park at a mission marker. It generally just splutters into a cutscene when you get close enough. It doesn't help that there are no radio stations or songs to listen to as you're commuting between missions. Travel time from A to B mostly seems to exist to feed you phone calls to prod the story along a little further.
You drive like you're playing a video game.
Exploration is actively discouraged, and you'll constantly be scolded for not heading directly to your destination, or just failed out. There's no reason to explore anyhow, as it isn't the sort of living world you might have expected. Police don't even respond to Diaz's crime, so what's even the point? And there's not really anything out there to find. Hunting for a cool vehicle to use? Don't bother. Other vehicles are off limits. Wreck the car you were assigned? That's a mission fail. You won't even be able to get out of it if it's burning. It's a baffling choice for a game like this. The entire genre is built around stealing cars. Mind's Eye has some good ideas. An effective stealth mission midway is a positive change of pace, and there are some unexpected puzzles late in the piece that gave me a break from blasting. But it relegates the rest of them to its roughly 2 hours of cutscenes and wastes their potential. At one point, a squad of robots is set sprinting after my car at highway speeds. While I was preparing myself for a potentially thrilling chase, the robots caught the car and destroyed it before the cinematic finished. This kind of thing is a real rug pull in a game that a few hours earlier made me play through a frustrating one-off CPR minigame that could have just been a cutscene.
Come on, man. Come on.
Even apparent bosses die in cutscenes. And in an unforgivable transgression, if there's a way to skip them, even when replaying missions and watching them a second time, I couldn't find it.
That's the Ultra Terminal up ahead. Goes directly to the factory.
The kicker is, even if you get swept up in the sunk cost fallacy of finishing this 10-hour campaign just to see how the story pans out, the ending itself is a colossal anticlimax. I'll obviously refrain from spilling the specifics of the final moment, but it's impossible to complete any assessment of Mind's Eye's defects without explaining how deeply and desperately unsatisfying I found it. Story threads are left dangling and reams of questions remain unanswered. It's not an artistic cliffhanger, it's just vague and unearned.
Diaz, what the hell is happening?
It's an ending that feels like the writer was out of fresh paper and this was the only thing that would fit in the last line of the script's final page.
I can see that.
Picture Ghostbusters crashing to credits a few seconds after they cross the streams, and you're about there.
1, 2, 3,
There's a PS after the unskippable credits, but it only makes things worse. Well, until what happens after the finale, that is. After the story wrapped, I was simply tossed back into the open world as some random weirdo in a crop top. He has some kind of base with things in it I can interact with that do nothing. There's no explanation of how anything works, no direction, and no purpose. Confused, I left the building in search of a vehicle, but even here, you can't carjack civilians, and you can't steal parked cars. I got in the only one that would allow me to enter, and drove it to an icon that looked like the Hamburglar stealing a car. There was another car there, glowing, but I couldn't enter it. I shot at the bystanders, and I shot at the soldiers. The soldiers popped out of their 4x4s like waffles from an overzealous toaster. Nothing else happened. No armed response. I got back in the small hatchback I arrived in, which remained the only vehicle I could interact with. I drove to an icon that looked like a chess piece. The performance took another significant nosedive as I arrived. There were some soldiers there spread throughout a multi-story parking lot. I shot at them until I got bored, which happened almost instantly because the action is restricted to basic third-person blasting. Chubby crop top man has none of the entertaining drone attacks that Diaz has. This, it appears, is Mind's Eye's free roaming mode. It's separate from the main campaign, but I have no idea what we're intended to do in it. It's pointless, scrappy, and a complete waste of time in this state. It just isn't remotely close to finished. But I am.
Nice to have the bots on my side for once.
When its performance is stable and you're explosively blasting your way through robots, Mind's Eye can masquerade as a serviceable action shooter for a few minutes at a time. However, its flashy graphics and cinematics can't hide its distinct lack of substance. High on ambition but low on original ideas, Mind's Eye's rigid mission design renders its open world largely pointless, and it's consistently undermined by vanilla combat, janky AI enemies, and its sloppy frame rate and bugs.
Get your ticket out of there.
Throw in its insultingly unfinished free roaming component, and it's clear it was simply not ready to be released. If you had your sights set on Mind's Eye, think again. For more of the latest verdicts, check out our reviews for Mario Kart World and F1 25. For everything else, stick with IGN.
If there's one thing that's kept the name Doom up near the top of the list of first-person shooters, it's how it's always boldly reinventing being a badass, super-powered, one-man army against the armies of hell. 3 decades ago, we got the original old-school running guns, then a jump-scare-laden horror shooter, then a modern reimagining of that old-school running gun, and then a mobility-focused action shooter in 2020's Doom Eternal. The form that Doom: The Dark Ages takes on is actually one that is very different from Eternal, a game that I rank as one of my favorite shooters of all time. In fact, it's so different that initially I was turned off by the heavier feel of the movement, the lack of a double jump or air dash, and the sheer chaos of having wide open fields with seemingly hundreds of enemies closing in on me from all sides. But a few hours into the 20+ hour campaign, my arsenal had expanded. The ways in which I could dispatch enemies had diversified, and I'd started to better understand and appreciate what Doom: The Dark Ages was and what it wasn't. By the end of it, I was left grinning like a Doom guy that just picked up a super shotgun as I ripped and tore until it was done. Doom: The Dark Ages campaign is all about setting up the dark sci-fi fantasy vibes. It follows our strong, mostly silent Doomslayer, before he was awoken in a sarcophagus in a UAC space station back in Doom 2016. Of course, the Slayer himself isn't much more than just a vehicle for badassery, so it's not like we're seeing a new side of him or getting any sort of deeper look at this character's origins or motivations. Instead, the Dark Ages story is more about filling in the blanks in the Doom universe, diving into the history of the conflict between humans and demons, and further fleshing out both the faction of humanity defending Sentinels and the deity-like Makers.
Launch the Slayer.
And in that way, it's not only serviceable, but it also does a good job of taking us to both a wide variety of hellish landscapes that include sci-fi themed medieval castles, and a very welcome trip to the Lovecraftian-inspired cosmic realm, which features a ton of really cool mind-bending puzzles and creepy settings that are different from what we've seen before. Perhaps the best thing about the story is that it no longer feels like it's just the Slayer against the nameless forces of hell. There are human companions that are central to the plot.
Maybe he didn't survive.
It regularly feels like you're fighting alongside humanity in this giant all-out war against the demons, and there's actual intrigue involving the mysterious Makers and their role in this whole conflict. This is the strongest a Doom story has ever been, even if that's not a bar you'd have to double jump over. Besides the setting, the big thing that separates Doom the Dark Ages from previous entries in the series is the addition of the Slayer's shield, and all the abilities that come with it. Now, rather than being forced to avoid taking damage by constantly staying on the move and jumping around like a madman, you're often encouraged to charge straight forward into danger with your shield at the ready to either block or deflect enemy attacks. Any attack that is red can be blocked until your shield's depleted, and anything that's green can be reflected with a well-timed guard to not only deal substantial damage, but also stun most monsters it hits. Even on Nightmare difficulty, which is what I did my playthrough on, the parry timing is very generous. But fortunately, you can fine-tune it however you like in the menus, along with a ton of other handy difficulty modifiers. The other key shield technique is a charging bash attack that can be used to quickly close the distance between you and your enemy. Think the Super Shotgun's grapple in Doom Eternal, only faster. You can use it with any weapon, and it's on a relatively quick cooldown. I know, fun, right? This combination of being able to use the shield both defensively to block and stun, and then offensively to quickly zip in and out is what really elevates the Dark Ages combat to the stratosphere by making it still feel very fast and exciting, even with the removal of things like double jumps, quick dashes, and fast weapon swaps. We get the best of both worlds, in that this Slayer is still extremely mobile, but also feels like a heavily armored tank thanks to loud footsteps and a devastating shockwave when you land from a high jump. The shield's utility doesn't end there either. Eventually, you'll also get the ability to toss the shield out Captain America style to instantly decapitate tons of fodder enemies all at once. Or, if you use it against larger enemies, it will continuously buzzsaw into them, keeping them incapacitated for a short while. This is an extremely useful skill, but I found it to be especially potent against the Arachnotron enemies that like to pepper me with a constant stream of non-reflectable bullets. If they're unarmored, I can just toss my shield to stop them from shooting, dash in, and all it takes is a single Super Shotgun blast to ready them for an execution. Those abilities are key to surviving tough fights because almost every enemy in Doom the Dark Ages has some sort of weakness like this, and unlike Doom Eternal, they are rarely weapon specific. There's no more switching to the combat shotgun specifically to pop a grenade into a cacademon's mouth, then swapping to the rifle to snipe the guns off of a revenant, then swapping between shots of your super shotgun and ballista to quickly burst down a marauder or other big beefy enemy, etc. That's fun in its own way, and I'm sure there will be those out there, like myself, who still prefer it overall, but the Dark Ages still manages to find a way to be an absolute blast without requiring a StarCraft Pros level of APM on the harder difficulties. The enemies are largely the same usual suspects that have been in most of the other Dooms. You've got your Imps, Hell Knights, Mancubi, and the aforementioned Arachnotron, and even the Cyber Demon, all of whom behave as you would expect. Others have gotten new facelifts to better match with the new setting, like the Pinky, who's now a mount with a Demon Archer riding him, and the new Cacodemon that hails from the Cosmic Realm. The Dark Ages even brings back the Vagary as a mini-boss who hasn't been seen since Doom 3. Overall, there's a nice variety in the enemies, and even those you fought a million times before have a few new tricks to make them fit better in the Dark Ages combat. Speaking of enemies, it's worth mentioning as well that id has exponentially jacked up the number of on-screen nasties relative to Doom or Eternal. When you get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, it truly looks like an all-out war against the minions of hell. This did lead to a bit of frustration for me early on, as I was often getting attacked from behind by enemies that would spawn in without warning, but all it took was some adjustment in how I approached certain combat encounters. I had to make sure that I was using my shield bash to disengage in addition to engaging to keep them off my back. One noteworthy omission from the Dark Ages is the iconic chainsaw that has been used since Doom 2016 as a way to instantly kill a single enemy and regain ammo in the process. That has been replaced by an all-new melee system that lets you get up close and personal and engage in melee brawls that also restore your ammo. I do miss the satisfaction of sawing an imp or other small enemy in half, but this system works better for what Doom the Dark Ages is trying to achieve by again making you rush towards the fight rather than away from it. The ammo pickups for your melee attack are also much more plentiful than the gas for the chainsaw in either Doom 2016 or Eternal, making me run out of ammo far less, which was something that I very much appreciated. As far as the actual weapons go, the Dark Ages plays around a lot with the look of each weapon to give it an old-timey flavor, but the functions are generally all the same as what we've come to know and love from the series. All of the satisfyingly punchy stalwarts are accounted for. The combat and super shotguns, an assault rifle that shoots out rail spikes instead of bullets, a plasma rifle, and a long-range single-shot weapon in the form of a satisfying steel ball launcher called the Steel Shot, just to name a handful. The only really unique weapon of the bunch is the Skull Crusher Pulverizer, which sort of behaves like the chain gun, but has a ridiculous spread that can just absolutely shred a football's field worth of fodder enemies. It's a fun weapon that goes great with the Dark Ages' absolutely insane amount of on-screen enemies at once, even though I typically opted to use the shield throw to mow down the hordes of fodder, since there's an upgrade that powers up the shield charge when you do. One interesting twist for how the Dark Ages handles its arsenal is that just about every gun has a sister weapon that uses the same ammo type and can be hot swapped between with the press of a button. So, for example, along with a rocket launcher, there's a grenade launcher. In addition to the aforementioned pulverizer that does a little bit of damage spread out over a wide area, there's a Ravager that concentrates the fire to hit single enemies. It all adds up to a ton of variety in the gunplay, and while I was never forced to swap between my weapons in the same way that I was in Doom Eternal, I still found myself jumping from gun to gun simply because it's fun. But the absolute best part about the toolbox in the Dark Ages is, and this is a credit to the weapon designers at id because this is true for just about every Doom game, that every gun retains its usefulness throughout the entire game. Sure, I might have my favorites and gravitate more towards the super shotgun, rocket launcher, and steel shot, but even the early weapons stay relevant once you get some upgrades into them. If I'm low on armor, I can swap to the combat shotgun that I upgraded to ignite enemies and make them drop armor shards. If I need health, I can swap to the Ravager to make them bleed health pickups. And if I need to incapacitate an enemy while also dealing damage to others nearby, I can throw my shield into a baddie, shoot the shield, and watch as my bullets ricochet and hit everyone else around. To sweeten the pot, all of these abilities and weapons are sprinkled at a measured pace throughout the campaign. There was never even a chance for the gunplay to get stale because every level would give me a new gun, or a new ability for my shield, or a new melee weapon, or I'd find enough gold to afford a new upgrade at the shop that would alter something I already had in a way that made me want to use it more. And it's this need to upgrade that fed into my desire to explore and find both upgrade currencies and the more traditional Doom collectibles like figurines, weapon skins, and lore pickups. Appropriately, the levels of the Dark Ages welcome that exploration with open arms. While they all vary in size, the smaller stages are still big by the series standards, and the big levels are gigantic. They're huge, open battlefields with tons of secrets, challenging enemy encounters, and more than a few breathtaking vistas. Breaking up all the running and gunning are giant mecha battles and flying sections where you pilot the Slayer's dragon. Yes, the Doom Slayer has a dragon, because why not? These sections are shallow compared to the rest of the Dark Ages, with the mecha sections amounting to little more than a simple game of dodge, punch, punch, dodge, punch, punch. And the dragon bits are little more than dodge, shoot, shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot. That said, they're kind of like a turret sequence in that they're infrequent and brief enough to never drag the pacing down, and they at least provide cool moments in the cutscenes that precede and follow them. And then there's the soundtrack. Holy hell. If you've played a Doom game before, you probably know what to expect going in. But even so, I was gleefully into it. It's another banger of a heavy metal soundtrack that had me coming back to certain levels after beating the campaign and just turning down all of the volume except for the music so I could listen without it being overpowered by the sounds of shotgun blasts, explosions, and dying demons. Far from just being more Doom, Doom the Dark Ages is a new flavor of the legendary shooter series that's heavier and more grounded, but no less energetic and exhilarating. The new shield is an outstanding addition that adds a ton of both offensive and defensive options, and when combined with the extensive arsenal of traditional Doom guns, provides a ton of fun and exciting ways to dispatch the hundreds upon thousands of demons that stand in your way. Add on top of that another pumped up heavy metal soundtrack backing the excellent weapon, level, and enemy design, and it has once again proven that like a super shotgun blast from point blank.
Does Ninja Gaiden still work in 2025 in a world where Souls-likes dominate the high-skill action game subgenre? I played Ninja Gaiden 4 for the first time last weekend, and my answer is unequivocally yes, absolutely, 1000%. Ninja Gaiden not only still works in 2025, but it is a high-speed, stylish breath of fresh air. It was my favorite thing I played amongst all the games I covered at this past weekend's various showcases, and as someone who considers Ninja Gaiden Black the finest action game ever made, I left incredibly happy. A mere 25 minutes of hands-on time with Ninja Gaiden 4 isn't remotely enough to make a judgment call on where Platinum Games and Team Ninja's sequel will fit into the hierarchy of the franchise, but it was enough to make me feel like a badass killing machine and still challenge me in the process. Which means Ninja Gaiden 4 is off to a good start in terms of dialing in that ever so special Ninja Gaiden feeling as Platinum Games takes the lead with Team Ninja guiding them. The game is fast, said Platinum Games producer and director Yuji Nakao. We wanted to make sure it feels like a modernized high-speed game while staying true to what Ninja Gaiden is. He added, "We are going against the trend," meaning, of course, Souls-likes. I played as young Raven Clan member Yakumo in Chapter 1, which isn't the very beginning of the campaign, that honor goes to a tutorial section, but for all intents and purposes, it is. It's set well after Ninja Gaiden 3, shh, we don't talk about that one, in a near-future Tokyo amidst the return of the Dark Dragon.
But we're still far enough from the shrine that the demon's influence shouldn't be too strong yet. Keep moving.
Sadly, I didn't get to play as Ryu Hayabusa here, but I can't wait to do so. I didn't mind too much in my demo though, because I was having so much fun as Yakumo. See, Yakumo has some of Ryu's classic tricks. Izuna drop, anyone? While also unleashing his own in the form of Blood Raven attacks, which are deployed by holding the left trigger and then pressing X or Y. These are large area of effect offensive maneuvers, but they take longer to wind up and execute. It was my old habits and not being quick enough to adopt these new moves that doomed me in the large encounter near the end of my 25-minute hands-on session. I won't make the same mistake next time. And unfortunately, it means I didn't get to face off against the Chapter 1 boss, who you can see in action here.
Face me. Bring it.
If you've played Ninja Gaiden games before, you should feel pretty comfortable right away, even though there is certainly plenty of new stuff to learn and get used to. Tapping right trigger at the right moment to block an incoming attack and set up a counter, wall running and tapping Y to take the head off of a low-level enemy, Holding Y with Blood Essence, seemingly in place of Ninpo, at least for Yakumo, still uncollected on the battlefield after your previous kill so you can use them to power an ultimate technique on the foe still alive in front of you, it's all still here. Oh, and don't forget to assassinate enemies quietly when you get a chance. If anything, Ninja Gaiden 4 feels faster than ever.
Oh man, they're quick.
Even Yakumo's running speed feels faster than Ryu's did in the older games. It's also, somehow, even bloodier than ever. Things started to get gory in Ninja Gaiden 2, but here the crimson fountains spray every which way, constantly coating Yakumo in a carry-like coating of plasma. Arterial spray gets everywhere when slicing and dicing a handful of foes. It's like a vampire's dream come true out there. Now let's all sit back and watch this awesome sequence for the next minute and a half or so, which I remind you again is only from the first proper level of the game. Oh, and here's more good news. The camera is actually pretty good now. It's certainly evolved over the years, but thankfully in 2025, it no longer seems to be a detriment or distraction to the player. Certainly a lot more time will be needed to verify this initial impression, but the camera didn't annoy me once in my entire hands-on session. Difficulty modes, meanwhile, can be adjusted on the fly if, say, you're playing on hard and want to drop it to normal for a particularly tough boss. An easy mode is here too. It's called Hero Mode, but I didn't get to test it out to see just how forgiving, or not, it might be. I spent my time on normal difficulty. Also, baked into normal at least, and presumably hero as well, but I'm not sure about hard yet, is a feature that offers you a helpful item if you've failed a particular encounter a few times. On that last big rumble I was too slow to bring Yakumo's new attacks into, I was given a large healing elixir to help me on my next attempt. Ninja Gaiden 4's checkpoint system now takes some stress out of trying to find a save point with ample health and supplies. A red-eyed raven can also be approached, which triggers a visit from a friend who can unlock combat skills in exchange for the in-game currency you've accumulated. You can also go into a practice mode from here too that lets you get familiar with your moves, which I didn't waste time doing during my short demo.
Oh, too good for practice, huh?
And yes, there are collectibles to look for as well. They're called Gordies, and they're little adorable creatures that you have to complete a QuickTime event sequence in order to secure. I found one Gordie in Chapter 1, and it was only 2 rapid succession button taps to bag it. We'll see if the QTEs get more complicated and difficult the deeper into the campaign you get. I'm not sure yet if collecting them will yield any sort of greater reward. I'll be honest, I came into my first hands-on session with Ninja Gaiden 4 with extremely high expectations.
Competently in 2024, spending $700 means you have to really want the best of the best from your games to make the Pro a worthy investment. Accounting for its price, you'll be disappointed to find that the PS5 Pro does not come with every possible bell and whistle. It does pack in a standard DualSense, but there's no vertical stand included, and if you're the type who has a library of physical games, be ready to shell out an extra $80 for a Blu-ray disc drive to install yourself. If you feel like Sony is trying to nickel and dime you on top of the $700 price tag, I'm not going to argue against you. Physically, it's a pretty sleek console relative to the enormous launch PS5, and it largely takes after the design principles of the slim model. The only major difference is that it's taller when standing vertical, which is accounted for by the fins in the middle that create a cross-section on the console. It helps make room for the more robust internal components, but doesn't add much bulk to the existing design. It's also not noticeably louder than the original PS5, so you don't need to worry about it sounding like a jet engine when your games get intense. As far as thermals go, the PS5 Pro runs roughly the same temperature as the base PS5 under load, hovering around 35 to 40 degrees Celsius from the rear exhaust based on our thermal imaging tests. It's a bit striking how little has changed from the original PS5 on the spec sheet. The Pro comes with a 2TB NVMe SSD, which is twice as large but the same speed as the original super fast storage drive. That addresses one of the main complaints about the launch PS5, which is that 1TB goes very quickly when you're installing games that take upwards of 100GB at a time. For context, an extra 1TB in the form of an aftermarket SSD would run you around $100 if you want the same storage for a base PS5, which sweetens the deal when looking at the price difference between the PS5 and PS5 Pro. The big upgrade though is in the GPU, rated at 16.7 teraflops, which is a sizable jump on paper from the 10.3 teraflops of the original PS5. Sony says the Pro packs 67% more compute units and onboard memory that's 28% faster, resulting in up to 45% better performance. Without context, those numbers don't really mean much, but the details in my testing prove that they amount to a lot more than empty marketing promises. The important feature that these upgraded specs support specifically is PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR. Much like Nvidia's DLSS, this is Sony and AMD's AI-driven upscaling technology that uses machine learning to construct images that can appear with a quality close to full 4K resolution without having to stress the system's hardware to generate that detail through raw processing power. Granted, it won't be exactly the same as native 4K since it's scaling from a lower base resolution, but it doesn't have to since you're not going to be putting it side by side with the real thing, and the vast majority of people aren't going to be able to tell the difference in most cases, especially while they're enjoying the higher frame rates and visual effects this technique allows. It's nice to see Sony is moving away from chasing raw computing power as the end-all be-all of console tech, and as upscaling continues to advance, so too will its implementation in games. As you'll see in our performance breakdown, PSSR is one of the major keys in creating parity between quality and performance options. It also opens the door for games to explore ray tracing techniques to a greater extent, although mileage will vary based on every game's PS5 Pro specific updates, where developers will choose to prioritize different aspects of their respective games. So the PS5 Pro is a bit more complex than simply having one uncompromised Pro enhanced mode. The PS5 Pro's tech gives developers room to be experimental in pushing boundaries, especially with ray tracing because it packs enough power to hit higher frame rates without sacrificing as much graphical fidelity. There's still some level of compromise to be made though, so if you were hoping that the Pro would take out all the FOMO stress out of selecting between 60 FPS performance or 30 FPS fidelity modes, well, in some games now there are even more modes to choose from. Alternatively, if you love having that control over how your games run, that's great news. In my experience though, the visual gap between these modes is much smaller than it is on a base PS5, often making the Pro's performance-centric modes the clear choice. Let's start with a marquee PlayStation first-party game, Marvel's Spider-Man 2. On PS5 Pro, you get to choose between Fidelity Pro and Performance Pro modes. The latter offers visual quality that's identical to the base PS5's Fidelity mode, with all the original ray tracing features intact while maintaining a smooth 60 FPS. Effectively, the best of both worlds when compared to the PS5's modes. However, with the Fidelity Pro option, Insomniac cranked the knobs even further, putting features like ray-traced ambient occlusion, keylight shadows, and further improved reflections on the table. But all those upgrades come at the cost again of being chained down to 30 FPS. You can tweak some of these settings to squeeze out a few extra frames, but I wasn't able to reach anything near 60 FPS even when turning everything down a notch. Horizon Forbidden West showcases another interesting implementation of PS5 Pro enhancements. It has 3 options: favor graphics, balance, and favor performance. Again, the performance-based mode is the way to go since it hits a stable 60 FPS while in some respects looking even better than the base PS5's graphics priority mode. You get finer detail and foliage, better lighting, and a better resolution rendering technique. Especially for a game like Horizon, those extra frames make the gameplay experience so much better, and you can still enjoy the lush vistas with that added clarity. The PS5 Pro's graphics priority option, on the other hand, caps Horizon Forbidden West at 30 FPS, but pushes the boundaries with a higher base resolution. Yet, I don't find the trade-off worth it since it's tough to distinguish with the fantastic Pro Performance mode. The curious part is the balanced option, which goes for 40 FPS, and strikes a middle ground with visual quality, but honestly, it's not worth the 30% cut in frame rate for marginal visual gains. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered takes a different angle as well. It oddly retains the same exact two options available from the base PS5, graphics or performance priority. But there's a new Pro option that uses PSSR to take 1440p resolution to output 4K while retaining other visual qualities of the PS5's graphics mode and still hitting a consistent 60 FPS. It was already a visually impressive remaster on PS5, but the boost in performance while having all of its graphical details sing is nice. Of all the games that have gotten PS5 Pro updates ahead of launch, Alan Wake 2 is certainly the most interesting one. Remedy decided to go all in on ray tracing with its graphics mode, and it's absolutely stunning, with robust reflections and lighting giving its world a much more striking look, especially in the way that feeds into its atmosphere. The Pro enhancements stretch the limits of what PSSR is capable of, however. In graphics mode, it uses a base resolution of 1224p and runs at 30 FPS to make room for all those sweet ray tracing techniques. You won't get those big ray traced features in performance mode, but it will target 60 FPS with an image quality akin to the graphics mode on the base PS5. It has to use a fairly low base resolution of 864p to get there though. It's still a great looking game in this mode, although it's definitely a blurrier image. Regardless, I find Alan Wake 2 shows a noticeable improvement over what you get from the base PS5, even if there are still compromises to be made. Now, when there's a new powerful console, there's always a racing game to flex the hardware. Taking speedy race cars down the track in F124 provides a pretty clear example of what ray tracing can do. When looking at the Pro Enhanced Quality mode and the base PS5's Quality mode, it's easy to pick up on the improvements in reflections and lighting, especially on rain-soaked tracks, and the Pro is able to do this by using PSSR to still target 60 FPS. Dragon's Dogma 2 is an example of where the PS5 Pro can bring a game out of the depths of weak technical performance to a much more playable state. By using PSSR, the Pro is able to put out noticeably higher and more consistent frame rates than the base console can, whether you choose to prioritize performance or graphics, which enables ray tracing too. Though it's not without noticeable drops in busy areas. It's a powerful console, but it's not magic. On the other hand, something like Final Fantasy XVI is an example of how a game without Pro enhancements, or at least an uncapped frame rate option to just let the extra power work, isn't going to benefit in a tangible way without an update, since it's bound by the limitations that were built for its graphics modes. It's still capped at 30 FPS when prioritizing graphics, while the performance mode still targets 60 FPS with lesser visual quality. Now, that's a lot of technical information, but despite all those enhancements, the question still stands: is it actually worth buying a PS5 Pro? Frustratingly, the answer is always going to be, it depends on you. As someone who used to be a sucker for upgrading to new generations of high-end graphics cards to push my PC to its limits, the PS5 Pro scratches that old itch because I do notice and appreciate the differences it provides. The visual quality that the Pro Enhanced Performance modes have thus far look fantastic, and it's all the more enticing because hitting 60 FPS gives a smooth gameplay experience that's tough to come back from. I've also found performance modes on the base PS5 to be lackluster in some cases, and since the Pro has shown the potential in addressing that shortcoming, I find that the new console can be a worthy investment. There are a few games out there now that make the Pro a more enticing prospect. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's performance mode on base PS5 feels too compromising to me, with in-engine cutscenes and close-ups on characters during pivotal moments looking muddled at 60 FPS. Thus, I bit the bullet and managed with 30 FPS gameplay so that I could get the visual experience that uplifted its storytelling qualities. It worked well enough for that sort of game, but I'd much rather have been playing at 60 FPS. With the Pro Enhancement patch, Rebirth has a new Versatility mode that merges both the high-quality graphics setting with 60 FPS performance into a singular mode, so there's no choice paralysis, and it delivers the exact type of experience I wanted. That said, I know and can fully understand people who don't care quite as much about having state-of-the-art systems to play their favorite games, so long as they meet a reasonable balance between performance and fidelity, which the original PS5 only rarely has a problem pulling off with existing games. And for a lot of people, playing at 30 FPS isn't necessarily a deal breaker, and if you're happy with that level of performance, you might as well be happier with a few $100s still in your bank account. And the Pro is a hard sell for anybody who expects a whole new experience when they unbox a brand new console. The PS5 Pro doesn't fundamentally transform how games are played, It just makes them look prettier and run smoother. And if you're happy with how your games look and play on a base PS5, then it's absolutely not worth paying a premium to upgrade.
Got that?
Considering that the PS5 generation has largely been described as, what if the PS4 was faster? It's a little difficult to get all that excited about a console that promises to be a faster PS5. The PS5 Pro does deliver on that for sure, and if you find the standard PS5 leaving more to be desired from a technical perspective, it's an intriguing prospect. Running updated games in the new performance modes gives you essentially the old fidelity modes, now targeting 60 FPS, sometimes with extra improvements. Sony's AI-powered upscaling tech is certainly impressive when playing games that have been updated for it, giving console players the same type of image quality and frame rate improvements that Nvidia's DLSS has delivered on the PC side in recent years. You're not entirely free from compromises because you often still have to choose between that new standard and even better looking fidelity modes at 30 FPS, though I found going with performance an easier choice this time around. At $700, it's not cheap, so you have to really desire that visual upgrade knowing that it doesn't transform the gameplay experience at a fundamental level. And to be fair, Sony never said it would. So as it stands, the PS5 Pro isn't essential, but it is certainly nice to have. For more on the PS5 Pro, be sure to check out our unboxing video and look forward to our detailed performance breakdowns. You can also read my full written PS5 Pro review on ign.com. And for everything else in the world of gaming, stick with IGN.
Well now, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
Platypus semen, a talking crash test dummy, a puppet soaking in a hot spring, this ugly bastard, Norman Reedus' nips. No, these aren't straitjacket blabberings due to another vicious bout of temporary madness. Instead, they're just 10% of the bizarre things I've seen in Death Stranding 2 on the beach. But it would be far too easy to dismiss Hideo Kojima's works as acts of weirdness alone. I think we should encourage such wild creativity and be excited that someone is willing to show us things we'd never even thought of seeing. When viewed this way, Death Stranding 2 stands as an almighty achievement, a triumphant combination of complex sci-fi storytelling and thrillingly evolved stealth action that impressively builds upon the experimental foundation of its predecessor. It's beautiful, horrific, nuanced, and crucially, a lot of fun. Simply put, it's everything I wanted Death Stranding to be. The rhythm of Death Stranding 2 will be familiar to those who played the original. Reedus is back as Sam Porter Bridges, once again on a mission to make deliveries across treacherous terrain, often facing human and otherworldly threats along the path. It requires you to be prepared for what faces you on each mission by studying your map and packing accordingly. See a river too deep to walk through in your way? Bring a ladder or two along to cross with it. Spot a warning that BTs, the ghostly threats that stalk certain rainy spots, lurk in that area? Pack a few blood grenades to lob at them. It's this loop of preparation, overcoming both geographical and human/former human hurdles, and reaching your goal that makes up much of Death Stranding 2's 35-hour runtime when mainlining its story missions. After a brief tutorial chapter in Mexico, Sam is given the goal of connecting Australia to the chiral network, the online system knitting civilization together after a near-world-ending event, much like he did with the USA in the original. Why is he doing that, and who is he doing that for? You'll just have to find out yourself.
From halfway around the world, how are we supposed to do that again?
This new continent offers a far greater variety of locations, as it shifts in its appearance and the challenge it presents with regularity. It further adds to the feeling of combating nature with this future tech, as the Earth itself seems to be fighting back against its increasingly digital future. Should we have connected? It's a resounding no, it seems, from Mother Nature.
What in the world?
The dangerous desert expanses of The Road Warrior are no doubt an inspiration, and the guest appearance of Mad Max's creator George Miller is more than a mere coincidence. These are not just cinematic influences for the sake of it, as they inform and instruct Kojima's approach to gameplay too, and are reflected in an altogether more action-heavy evolution of the original Death Stranding's template. What what initially presents itself as a pretty rudimentary style of stealth gameplay, mainly consisting of crouching in tall grass and performing silent takedowns, rapidly reveals its layers as your arsenal grows. For example, there's the introduction of a game-changing tranquilizer sniper rifle, which is something I found super satisfying to pick bandits off with. It may never truly become the stealth action playground of creativity that Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain is, but it frequently evokes that same feeling in brief moments, delighting me each time it does. Death Stranding 2 offers a lot more flexibility in your approach compared to the original Death Stranding, making its combat much more engaging as a result, and you'll need to become accustomed to a variety of approaches as well, because there's no avoiding confrontation and the many forms it takes this time around. Enemies develop as you progress, and knowing which are armoured, which have higher mobility, and what ammo type they're vulnerable to adds variables to each encounter, meaning you can't always rely on the same rinse and repeat tactics. That being said, if you're a decent enough shot with a sniper rifle, you can clear out most spaces before enemies have time to reach you. Crucially though, it's just as fun when it goes wrong as when it goes right. There's a satisfaction in a perfectly planned attack going smoothly as you pick off each guard with a tranq dart, but a thrill when one shot goes awry and you're made to scramble, juggling your arsenal as enemies descend upon your position. Shooting the driver of an onrushing vehicle before stealing it to run over his friend is always fun, as is dancing around them in a machine gun turreted off-roader of your own design. Overall, there's a playfulness in Death Stranding 2's approach to combat that just wasn't present in the original's simpler, less imaginative system. It brings a dash of power fantasy to the mix, adding to the fun and making it a wholly more enjoyable game to play. Enemy AI may still not be the sharpest, but it does enable some of that playing with your food energy that's always welcome. I played on normal difficulty and never really found any fight a challenge until things cranked up a little towards the end. This lack of friction is deliberate though, with the increased toolset including many different gun and grenade types of varying loudness, allowing you to get through its story at a good pace. In fact, even boss battles can be skipped entirely if that particular challenge isn't what you're here for. This isn't something I'd recommend though, as they offer some of the most striking spectacles Death Stranding 2 has to offer. A giant tentacle mech is an early favourite, but there are many more monstrosities following later that I'll keep hidden here.
What a hit! Cliché, but that one's gotta hurt.
Your action chops are also firmly put to the test in the sections that have you face off against newcomer Neil, played with a subtle intensity by Italian actor Luca Marinelli. They're particularly stunning stages full of flame and beauty that made me feel I was briefly taken away to a different game. But those lashings of cinematic style are painted across each encounter, and the many cutscenes that bookend them. Having time slow down after dispatching an enemy is not only very helpful when faced with multiple threats, but adds a slick layer of style to each gunfight. No aspect of Death Stranding 2 is left untouched by its blockbuster aspirations. But as both elements and entities fight against you with more vigour this time around, you're in turn given new abilities to combat them with. Unlike the first game's relatively bare-bones character progression, now skill points can be used to unlock fresh tools and boost your stat sheet. Death Stranding 2 is by no means an RPG, but it does offer greater and much appreciated variety when it comes to building out how you want your Sam to play. Want to be sneaky Sam? Invest in the ability to cover your tracks by scrubbing out your footprints. Want to be shooty Sam? Augment his arsenal so it packs a heavier punch. You'll ultimately be treading the same set of missions as every other player, but the ways you can choose to approach each one are far more varied this time around. These perks can also be freely plugged in and out, reminiscent of how Nier Automata's fantastic chip system functions, and offers great flexibility, further enhancing your freedom when preparing for specific types of missions. Upgrades get unlocked in accordance with how you've been playing. For example, if you take a combat-heavy approach, you'll be rewarded with new skills like a semi-automated lock-on ability for your guns. It's a nice touch that further makes Death Stranding 2 feel like an experience that is in step with you, and another indication of its formerly rough edges being sanded down for a much more enjoyable time. On top of perks, there is also no shortage of gadgetry and weaponry available to Sam. Completing side missions and increasing your star ranking with each of the outposts dotted around the map unlocks these options at a consistently good rhythm, as well as some that open up when you complete certain story events. The tools get weird and wild too, coming at such a regularity that you'll be moving on from one shiny tool of destruction or subterfuge to the next with each mission. But it isn't just in combat that these accessories have their uses either, because no matter how much Death Stranding 2 has cranked up the action this time around, it is still fundamentally about porting cargo from one location to another across Australia. That vast expanse naturally leads to new delivery systems. Yes, turns out there really is nothing on Earth like a genuine bona fide electrified 6-car monorail. This new structure is a godsend when it comes to a handful of missions that require shipping hundreds of kilos of chemical materials over a rocky coastline, but it does require quite the combined construction job between you and the online community. That being said, I did settle on travelling on foot as little as possible quite quickly. On the beach is very kind in the way that it gives you a vehicle very early on this time around, especially when compared to the many hours it took to fire up an engine in the original. The missions themselves are incredibly Moorish, with that just one more job itch that I always had to scratch. There's a great sense of forward momentum which aids this sensation hugely, with backtracking thankfully a rarity in the sequel. Varied mission conditions also keep things fresh. These range from having to complete orders within a set time limit or being extra careful with fragile cargo. Again, these parameters force you to adjust how you prepare for each mission and ensure you can't just use the same toolset and methods on every run. It's this consistent drive along a drip feed of new equipment that makes the whole experience more rewarding. The overall structure of Death Stranding's 2 campaign is leaps and bounds above what came before, and whether it's unleashing bullets into a teleporting mech or gently navigating a river, it all feels intertwined beautifully and serves the complex sci-fi story it aims to tell to fantastic effect.
I guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
You know I am.
Set 11 months after the events of the original, On the Beach's twisting tale begins with Sam attempting to settle into a quiet life off the grid with baby Lou. Where it goes from there, I won't even dare to spoil, but I guarantee you won't see even half of its reveals coming. I can say though that there's an ongoing trend of viscosity throughout. Tar, sludge, oil, blood, you'll wade through it all, but it's also thick with intrigue, as the secrets continue to be uncovered in a flurry of ideas so dense I struggle to point to its like elsewhere. The themes it tackles are multifold, some focus on a more personal level and others are global. The latter is a treatise on modern life and them. Having time slow down after dispatching an enemy is not only very helpful when faced with multiple threats, but adds a slick layer of style to each gunfight. No aspect of Death Stranding 2 is left untouched by its blockbuster aspirations. But as both elements and entities fight against you with more vigour this time around, you're in turn given new abilities to combat them with. Unlike the first game's relatively bare-bones character progression, now skill points can be used to unlock fresh tools and boost your stat sheet. Death Stranding 2 is by no means an RPG, but it does offer greater and much appreciated variety when it comes to building out how you want your Sam to play. Want to be sneaky Sam? Invest in the ability to cover your tracks by scrubbing out your footprints. Want to be shooty Sam? Augment his arsenal so it packs a heavier punch. You'll ultimately be treading the same set of missions as every other player, but the ways you can choose to approach each one are far more varied this time around. These perks can also be freely plugged in and out, reminiscent of how Nier Automata's fantastic chip system functions, and offers great flexibility, further enhancing your freedom when preparing for specific types of missions. Upgrades get unlocked in accordance with how you've been playing. For example, if you take a combat-heavy approach, you'll be rewarded with new skills like a semi-automated lock-on ability for your guns. It's a nice touch that further makes Death Stranding 2 feel like an experience that is in step with you, and another indication of its formerly rough edges being sanded down for a much more enjoyable time. On top of perks, there is also no shortage of gadgetry and weaponry available to Sam. Completing side missions and increasing your star ranking with each of the outposts dotted around the map unlocks these options at a consistently good rhythm, as well as some that open up when you complete certain story events. The tools get weird and wild too, coming at such a regularity that you'll be moving on from one shiny tool of destruction or subterfuge to the next with each mission. But it isn't just in combat that these accessories have their uses either, because no matter how much Death Stranding 2 has cranked up the action this time around, it is still fundamentally about porting cargo from one location to another across Australia. That vast expanse naturally leads to new delivery systems. Yes, turns out there really is nothing on Earth like a genuine bona fide electrified 6-car monorail. this new structure is a godsend when it comes to a handful of missions that require shipping hundreds of kilos of chemical materials over a rocky coastline, but it does require quite the combined construction job between you and the online community. That being said, I did settle on travelling on foot as little as possible quite quickly. On the Beach is very kind in the way that it gives you a vehicle very early on this time around, especially when compared to the many hours it took to fire up an engine in the original. The missions themselves are incredibly Moorish, with that just one more job itch that I always had to scratch. There's a great sense of forward momentum which aids this sensation hugely, with backtracking thankfully a rarity in the sequel. Varied mission conditions also keep things fresh. These range from having to complete orders within a set time limit or being extra careful with fragile cargo. Again, these parameters force you to adjust how you prepare for each mission and ensure you can't just use the same toolset and methods on every run. It's this consistent drive along a drip feed of new equipment that makes the whole experience more rewarding. The overall structure of Death Stranding's 2 campaign is leaps and bounds above what came before, and whether it's unleashing bullets into a teleporting mech or gently navigating a river, it all feels intertwined beautifully and serves the complex sci-fi story it aims to tell to fantastic effect.
I guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
You know I am.
Set 11 months after the events of the original, On the Beach's twisting tale begins with Sam attempting to settle into a quiet life off the grid with baby Lou. Where it goes from there, I won't even dare to spoil, but I guarantee you won't see even half of its reveals coming. I can say though that there's an ongoing trend of viscosity throughout. Tar, sludge, oil, blood, you'll wade through it all. But it's also thick with intrigue, as the secrets continue to be uncovered in a flurry of ideas so dense I struggle to point to its like elsewhere. The themes it tackles are multifold. Some focus on a more personal level and others are global. The latter is a treatise on modern life and how technology infests every part of it. It's a strong story of how increased existence in the digital world eats away at our souls as humans, as physical interactions, especially in a post-COVID environment, became all the more precious. I can't help but feel that Kojima is bristling with thoughts about how art and individual expression can never be replaced by artificial intelligence, no matter how it's forced upon us. And then there's the commentary on gun culture and our world's obsession with building bigger and better weapons. These are of course themes Kojima has been writing about for decades now, all the way back to the original Metal Gear Solid in 1998, but still remain frustratingly topical and worthy of continued commentary on in a modern context.
Guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was.
It's a credit to the storytelling that all of these concepts shine through, without getting too bogged down or obscured by the sci-fi trappings they could so easily sink into. But Death Stranding 2 doesn't only look outwards. It's as introspective as any of Kojima's work to date. Metal Gear Solid always looked at geopolitical and nuclear issues on a wide scale, and the original Death Stranding challenged our ability to connect as humans in a digital age. But On the Beach asks questions about the issues posed in that original text. It's self-analytical, but rarely gazes at its navel, delivering a knockout story that works on so many levels. The theme of connectivity fittingly weaves each disparate part together by exploring not only how we connect to each other, but with our own pasts as well, what we choose to hold on to and what we choose to let go. I don't think it's any coincidence that Neil resembles Solid Snake, a character whom Kojima has had to make peace with cutting ties with ever since his departure from Konami a decade ago. Death Stranding 2 almost feels like a funeral for his beloved bandana operative. Norman Reedus continues his stoic portrayal of Sam Porter Bridges and anchors the story with a calm, centered approach. I do find Sam a fairly impenetrable character to connect with on an emotional level though, as he again serves as a vehicle for the story rather than the personal heart of it. He is given more range to work in this time around, but his not too high, not too low performance once again allows for the supporting cast to shine. Léa Seydoux beguiles as Fragile, a layered character that the French actress elevates even further. Elle Fanning is fantastic as the enigmatic Tomorrow, and the mysterious Red Samurai is dripping with cool. It's the kind of sleek style we've come to expect from artist Yoji Shinkawa, ever since Cyborg Ninja first dashed onto the screen in 1998. He's a master character designer on top of his game, and Death Stranding 2 really gives him the opportunity to cook again and again. I also have a soft spot for the aforementioned Dollman, who makes the journey a little less lonely by accompanying you at all times on your utility belt. He's effectively a version of God of War's Mimir, but instead of funny retellings of myths and legend, we're treated to high school level interpretations of the themes of Moby Dick, and occasionally telling you that you stink.
Sam, been a while since you had a proper shower, wouldn't you say?
The standout performer this time
Hello everyone, this is Jason Connell and Nate Fox from Sucker Punch Productions. Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of. And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yotei. We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center. We'll also talk about ghost combat and how it's evolved. And we'll introduce for the first time some new special modes of play. But let's start things off first by talking about a Japanese folk legend, the Onryo.
The people of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo, a wrathful ghost bent on revenge. And they're half right. Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies, so long as she can punish the Yotei 6, a ruthless gang who slaughtered her family. After 16 years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest. It's warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her childhood home, with the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times. By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward. Hunting down the Yotei 6 is a near impossible task. She'll face 1,000 blades. But the Onryo is relentless, and with each victory, the ghost story around her grows.
Ghost of Yotei focuses on player freedom more than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's also a game that, at its heart, is inspired by so many of our favorite wandering samurai films. So let's start off by talking. We all have different playstyles. Japan. We all have different playstyles, so we set out to make an open world game that lets you drive your own experiences. Whether that's your curiosity to wander, your thirst for combat, or a deep desire to stay focused on the story. As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures in new areas of the game that could be appealing to you. If you interrogate an enemy, choosing to ask about the Oni, you could uncover a landscape scarred by fire with more bold, samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn. Or, if you ask about the Kitsune, it might lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics to study. Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you. As she makes progress against the Yotei 6, her legend as the Onryo grows.
It's her.
Bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Yotei 6.
Show her the door.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. This is a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
You're not of Clan Eguchi. You're here for my bounty.
Hidden in the world are altars of reflection. Finding one inspires Atsu and unlocks a new ability to help her on the journey ahead. They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer. Ghost of Yotei isn't going to rush you through anything. You can choose what motivates you most. But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon, and enjoy the ride.
Let's ride.
The lands around Yotei are fast. It's not about checking it all off, it's about engaging in the content that gets you excited. Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon. As for which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, a surigama, odachi, or dual swords? Each is uniquely effective against a particular enemy and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
Clan Saito banners.
Let's see how she uses these weapons in the field. Searching for leads on Lord Saito.
This is our food, from our soil. The soldiers need it more to free you.
Free us? Inokichi steals our crops while our families starve.
Atsu's no samurai or ninja. No, she's a lone wolf mercenary who'll use every advantage, every dirty trick to win a fight. Combat has the feel of a classic samurai movie. Every motion counts. It's about lethal precision. If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon. But if she's quick, she can disarm them.
Nothing there? You're dead.
Choose the right weapon for the job. To fight a massive enemy, her huge odachi blade is best.
He looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
Blades are great, but ranged weapons work too. And Atsu's got an arsenal.
Bounty hunter! A ghost!
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge. When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
No more!
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt, including a mysterious wolf.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars of Ezo. But she's not always alone.
Hey, friend. Share your fire with the traveling peddler?
What are you selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous owner.
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest up, play your shamisen, or cook to ready for a fight ahead. It's also designed to help bring important characters and upgrades straight to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from Ghost of Tsushima, we've opted for a more character-driven way of managing allies and vendors you meet in Ezo. Over time, Atsu grows to have her own wolf pack. And here, you can keep track of when a sensei might have a weapon skill for you, or when a vendor has something unique to sell. Managing upgrades, resources, when to buy what, can be a burden in a big open-world game. At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items. This helps ensure you have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest ahead. You don't have to leave where you're exploring, the game comes to you.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you. And of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want. The score of Ghost of Yotei is incredibly special to us. Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation with Western flavors, brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
で、こうダウンビートまで
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service immediately after the show.
The digital photography community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible. We're happy to have photo mode back in Ghost of Yotei and look forward to seeing photos from your journey across Ezo. We want playing through Ghost of Yotei to feel like stepping inside of your favorite classic samurai films. So, from the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer a full Japanese voice track with full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
誰だてめえ生き てたか。
狼の姫。一人残らず息の根止めたと思った。
また会えたな。
刀鍛冶の娘。
覚えておけ。圧だ。
To take the feeling of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further, we are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which emulates his classic black and white films. For Ghost of Yotei, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole. First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins, for a mode that puts the camera closer during combat for a more intense, raw experience along with increased mud and blood splatter. And lastly, we've partnered with the director of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe. Turn this mode on to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself. There's so many ways to make your Ghost of Yotei playthrough your own. But no matter how you play, here's one way to experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special. Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yotei 6. Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of Ezo. To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yotei comes out on October 2nd. Thank you so much for watching.
Beyond and hello and welcome to a very special live edition of IGN's weekly PlayStation show. I'm your host, Max Scoville, and we just got a big, huge, proper glimpse at Ghost of Yotei, which is definitely shaping up to be one of, if not the biggest PlayStation 5 game of the year. Here to help me unpack everything we just saw, my good pals Brian Altano and Jada Griffin. What is up, guys?
Beyond. What is up? Beyond, everybody. What a showcase.
Mm-hmm. There it is. There's that big, first party PS5 exclusive that I've been waiting for, right? This is not a cross-gen game. This is not a remaster. This is a brand new Ghost game.
It's not a live service game.
It's not a live service game. It's not a game that comes out and gets canceled a week later. It is the real single-player game. It's brand new. It's PS5 exclusive, and it's one of the best-looking games I've ever seen. It just stunning. I can't wait.
This presentation showed so many cool things. I don't even know where I want to start talking about this. Max, I know you're the host, so tell us where are we starting? Where are we breaking this down from the start?
I just want to know what jumped out at you the most. Like, what was the thing that just made you sit up in your seat? Brian, I know you devoured that first game, so you also just completely, I think you both chewed up and spat out Assassin's Creed Shadows, and in the good way.
Yeah.
What stuck out to you as like, oh, this is new, this is exciting, this is not Ghost of Tsushima, this is not Assassin's Creed Shadows, this is Yotei?
So the main thing for me, and one of my biggest gripes with Shadows, was the way it split abilities between two characters, and how switching between those characters was a little bit cumbersome. I think Jada agrees with that. We've talked about this at length. And it feels like the protagonist in Yotei is able to do a lot of the stuff that both Yasuke and Naoi were able to do in Assassin's Creed Shadows without switching, right? Like, I love playing Assassin's Creed games up close, brutal, up close and personal, big swords in your face. But I love also backing up and blasting fire arrows at you. And you didn't really have that ability in Shadows unless you were constantly kind of switching between characters. Whereas here, it feels like I'm going to have that ability to be able to stay back far, use projectiles, use arrows and stuff like that, and then get up close and gritty and just slice people's heads off. So I like the idea of having all of that compacted into one protagonist.
If I had to, I think the standout is the weapon choices. And yes, we got a lot of those weapon choices in Shadows, and there's some returning ones, obviously, from Tsushima. But I really like the sound of wielding an odachi and just going to town with giant weapons, and the disarming of people by chopping off arms. That is always a fun thing for me to do in games. I think that's one of the things that stood out most for me, as well as like the added modes at the end. We had a feeling that Kurosawa mode was going to be coming back. Were hoping, but we've got the Samurai Champloo Lo-Fi mode, which is going to be fire. And then what was the other one?
Takashi Miike. So yeah, they've got, in addition to Kurosawa mode, there's now Watanabe mode, which is Shinichiro Watanabe, who did the Samurai Champloo and also Cowboy Bebop. So it's just kind of lo-fi hip hop beats in the background as you wander around, do your thing. And then there's Takashi Miike mode, which is more blood, more mud, and closer camera angles when you're in combat. Which I love that they're both shaking things up, but almost in like different ways. Like, one is visual, one is audio. It's just, that's very cool. I'm personally really excited about the music. I don't know, like, I don't mean to throw shade, but like, I remember when they first showed off Tsushima back when we still had E3, and that dude came out and played the flute a bunch. I don't know. I'm not wild about the woodwind stuff, but I love shamisen banjo music, the old school. Like, it gave me kind of, I'm a big fan of Gaino Yamashiragumi, who did the Akira soundtrack, and it's just a lot of like that, just kind of wonderful twangy, like when it starts ramping up. Like, I'm stoked for that. And like, again, this is, I hate to keep comparing this to Assassin's Creed Shadows, but that's very fresh in our memories. That's one of the best selling games of the year. A lot of people played it. It cast a pretty big shadow, and this is obviously going to have to, really do something to stand out, to set itself apart. But like, just the way they're putting the kind of music and the different modes, front and center, is really promising. One thing I think is really cool is your camping mode, and I'm curious to see how this actually comes into play. But they really kind of emphasize that they want to just have you in the game. They seem to really want to be like, they don't want to make it about doing chores or backtracking. And so like, you'll set up camp for the night, and instead of having to go and like find a dude to do your upgrades, that guy will like come to your camp and be like, hey, I got a cool new thing for you. That's what that was, right? That's how they explained it?
Yeah, basically it sounded like you're kind of building up what they called your wolf pack. And over time, as your pack grows, random people will stop by your camp and offer things to trade and supplies. And I imagine conversation and story beats for them, which will probably turn into more quest lines for them. I'm really excited for this. I really like how you can kind of look at all the different characters and be like, oh, that's exactly where this person is on the map.
I really
remember where these 12 NPCs or however.
I really love the HUD, like the different, not just the HUD, but the UI they showed off. Like the fact that there's the card system for, finding clues, finding new side quests and stuff. Again, it's like, it's kind of hard to get a feel exactly how it's going to play out until I'm actually doing it myself, but it certainly looks novel. And then there's the thing you're referring to, Jada, where it's the whole lineup of all the different characters. And I don't know, I'm just like so tired of, you open up a menu and it's like a list or it's a thing you tab through, and like maybe you have like a new email notification somewhere along there. But the idea of like jumping between this, this this class photo of different characters, kind of a cool approach there. I mean, they kept pushing the fact that they want to let people figure out how they want to play the game, and also they want to keep them in that world. Like it seems like there's a big emphasis on not breaking the immersion by making it about popping into your inventory screen and juggling that. Like there's obviously going to be some of that, but like again, they had in the same way that you would follow the wind in Tsushima, and this time you can run along with flower trails, and it'll give your horse a boost, and you can go off in any direction. And like I don't know, you would think that open world game design would have been kind of figured out by now, but again, people kind of trip over themselves here and there, making big, huge worlds to explore and forgetting the fact that the appeal of these things in the first place is giving players the freedom and choice to approach them however you want. And it seems like, I don't know, seems like they know what they're doing over there.
Yeah, I agree. I think I have a feeling they'll probably put in stuff for people who just want a checklist, right? Because there are those people, and there's no shade to them, but like I think at the end of the day, like I've played pretty much every open world game every big open world game ever at this point, right? And they all basically go in with these great ambitions of like, we have this bold new way to blah 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 to keep you from fast traveling, and you experiment with it for the first few hours, and then 5-10 hours in, you're like, all right, just get me to my mission, get me to my thing. So I think all that stuff will be fun and in theory, and in practice it remains to be seen if you're going to keep doing it for 20, 30, 40 hours, right? Mm-hmm. But I think at the very least what I'm looking forward to here, and again, Max, you brought it up, like it's pretty much impossible to not talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like that game was awesome. It's also still really popular and selling really well. I think there was a very different conversation before that game came out where people were like, oh, this is make it or break it for Ubisoft. It remains to be seen if that's still the case. But it was a really good game, right? Like it's really awesome. And I rolled credits on it. I loved it. I'm seeing this today makes me want to go back and play it some more. There's a lot in that game that like, I think people wanted, that they wanted out of Ghost of Tsushima, and there's a lot that people wanted out of the Assassin's Creed franchise in general, and they kind of nailed both of those things. And so it took the wind out of the sails of this game for me a little bit, but it also by the time October comes around, I will I'll be ready for more probably. It would be very sneaky if Ubisoft was like, hey, by the way, we're launching DLC in late September or whatever, get people back in one more time. But I will say one thing I didn't really like about Shadows was traversal outside of like the parkour stuff, which was amazing. They sort of by design made a bunch of really dense forests and hills that were hard to climb up. And yeah, there was just a lot of like sliding and getting stuck behind trees and jammed in logs and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that's something that like, that's not something I'll have to worry about in Yotei. It seems like I'll be able to get around easily. And they're doing the traditional, everybody's got a grappling hook and everybody slides now. I'm sure we'll get to shimmy through some tight crevices to
climb up some mountains.
Yeah, climb up some mountains and stuff like that. We get to do all of that. But Yotei is the sequel to, I think, one of the most special video games ever made. And so like I have no doubt that they're going to go in with their own brushstrokes here. No pun intended. I think this is going to stand on its own. And so I'll gladly play both. It's crazy that they both came out, within 6 months of each other or whatever it is. But
it'll be 8 by that point.
It'll be 8 by that point. Yeah. But like, there's room for both. Like I think that there's something about the art direction in this game that's just really special to me. And I can't wait for it.
The one thing, last thing I'll say about Shadows, and then let's focus on Yotei, but Shadows had some gorgeous vistas. Like the climbing synchronization points were gorgeous. There's just some gorgeous looks, and that's something we're definitely going to get here. We saw that throughout the trailer. There's just so many gorgeous looking scenery in Yotei just from this little bit we got. Her running across the different the forest. There's also the horse riding and such. We're going to get some really gorgeous, like just drop dead gorgeous looks in this game. And I'm very excited for that. There's still I can't think of a better opening than what we got with Tsushima, with the riding through the field as the credits start to pop up. Like that is cinema, as they say. That is cinema. And so I'm very excited to see how that evolves, and if Yotei takes that away from Tsushima, like if it one-ups it, like I really hope it does. But I'd be happy with if they just tie. But like the scenery is going to look gorgeous in this game because the wizards over at Sucker Punch, they know what they're doing when crafting these areas for us to explore and just have fun in.
Well, the thing that's really cool is that it's, this is a PlayStation game. This is a PlayStation exclusive. It's, presumably going to stay that way until they eventually put it on a PC probably. But like they've been focusing on making this run on effectively one machine and taking as much advantage of that as they can. We got a glimpse very early on of the sort of flashback sequences where you're in her like family home, and you can immediately toggle back to when she was a child, which immediately reminded me of the portals in Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, where it was just like, oh, this thing is running two parallel dimensions basically. And I'm not sure how much that's actually going to, I think that seems like the kind of thing where it'll be sort of like a side mission or like a mission flavor or whatever, where like you go to certain areas and you do this, and it's really adding context to the story. But we got a similar thing, and we've got similar things in plenty of games, but it's usually just like sort of it feels like going to a different level or something. Like it doesn't feel like you're actually, it's like a cutscene, or it's a the camera fogs up and then you're in like a little mini side mission, what have you. And I don't know, that just seems like a cool way of interacting with the world a little bit.
Yeah, I was wondering about that one, because I don't think it'll be like the whole game has a flashback button or whatever, but it seems like a fun place to experiment. Again, it's something Shadows did too, which is funny. Like not the button, but
yeah, I imagine they're going to have like key locations, and like a prompt will pop up to, push the touchpad to revisit the past or something like that.
I feel like it's definitely a more appealing alternative to doing a small meditation rhythm game. Again, that's the conversation that's going to be happening at the end of this year, is who did what better. Like there's going to be plenty to talk about in that department. I really like the shots of, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, but inspecting your sword up close. Like we get a shot of she's like holding the sword, and there's another shot of you can cook fish on the fire, and it's like these little glimpses of a first person perspective. It's kind of a neat way to add to the immersion without fully committing to doing anything in first person, which I feel like would be possibly nauseating in this game. But yeah.
I liked what they were saying about combat being just sort of grittier this time. Like she's not a samurai. This is not like really like a balanced, like professionally trained. Like this is like just a savage fighter on a revenge trip, and that sounds really fun to me. Like
there's no rules on the road to revenge.
Yeah, exactly. I love that's the way I play like third person games anyway, right? Like I'm not really parrying, and I'm not really like, I like Jada, you're one of those people that gets like, you can nail like combos and parries perfect and all that. And I'm just like, I will run up on you and just slash you to pieces as hard as I can. And that's, so I want to play like that. I want to play gritty and grimy and just, go to town. I was saying to you all before, like, I really wish when they were naming the directors that inspired new modes, they had gone with a RZA mode, because I want like Wu-Tang sound effects, and I want like hard New York 90s beats. And I want that. I want to, that I want Ghost Dog basically.
They got to save something for the third one if they do that.
Yeah.
PlayStation
I will say
7 or whatever.
We've been talking all year about like, oh, are you going to get a PS5 Pro for GTA 6? Oh, it got delayed to next year, blah, 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 blah. I want to get a PS5 Pro for this. Like, this is the first game where I'm like, oh, that's what I need it for. Cause like I'm fine with playing third-party games or, PS5 games that came out of the last few years and getting a decent boost on them and stuff like that. But like, this is a brand new, this generation exclusive game coming exclusively to PlayStation platforms for now, right? Like Max said, it'll come to PC eventually, but like, I want to play this as in the best way possible. And so I'm kind of irked that I bought a PS5 at launch, because I can't get those faceplates and put them on So like, what are we doing
yeah.
here?
Those are probably plates for the Slim and the Pro, most likely.
Yep. That's our treat for being early adopters.
I have to hope that, because it says bundles and accessories, I have to hope that some of the stuff is going to be sold separately as well as sold like for all models, we hope. I imagine some of them will probably be in lower quantities, but
I hate they always do these collector's editions for the base model. It's like I would consider upgrading, but I feel like they're not going to do that until the PS5 6 is approaching and the PS5 Pro they're trying to like get through inventory or whatever.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the Wolf? The Wolf looks cool.
Yeah. The Wolf
that's all I have to say. It looks
no notes for me.
I want to make the Wolf go bite people. I think that's going to be fun. I'm
a fan of the Wolf.
I'm interested in how that's going to come into play. Like, we've seen. I love that we're just like, let's compare this to Ubisoft games. I'm like, we've gotten how many Far Cry games where you just you can send your critters to go do stuff for you. I'm wondering if it's going to be as robust as that, or if it's just going to be sort of having an NPC companion who does, synchronized biting with you. But I'm into it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool if, again, talking about another Ubisoft game, old school Splinter Cell games, where you could like mark targets and have like synchronized takedowns for people. That could be really cool aspect to market. And then your little wolf buddy goes and just takes them down at the same time as you. That would be a lot of fun. It'll be very interesting to see how this works AI wise and how smart the wolf is. Does the wolf get like better over time? Like, does it like actually learn your kind of style and do things that you would normally do? Or, is it kind of set in stone? Can you give different behaviors to where it's like more on protection or more offensive to where it is just going ham on anything that it just aggro on anything nearby? Or if does it, can you set it to like defensive mode?
I mean,
it'll be real interesting to see how this kind of works out.
A smart wolf wouldn't be anywhere near what's going on in this game. It would. Why would it jump headfirst into a sword fight? Like it looks like it's going to get decapitated. Or whatever the dog word is for that. Dog capitated.
This looks like a good time. I feel like there's plenty of stuff they're not showing us. Again, I'm like, I was already sold on the game. I want to play the game very badly. I'm kind of almost like hesitant to even look at this too closely because I want to be surprised. But this definitely whet my appetite a bit. How are you both feeling, Jada?
I'm liking the looks of it. I definitely want to see a little bit more of the stealth gameplay because I feel like we didn't get a whole lot in this trailer, but that also makes sense. This is the first like real gameplay trailer. They want to show off the action, and stealth is cool, but it's slower. And I feel like they were trying to stay, for the most part, like faster paced with this showcase until they got to the lo-fi beats at the end. That would have been cool to show the stealth gameplay to the lo-fi beats and just Samurai Champloo, just music going and just assassinating like 4 or 5 people in a row. That would have been cool. But hey, notes for next time. But yeah, I think this will be really cool. I really like the idea of just swapping weapons as opposed to the stances. And we still don't know if the stances are gone because that was kind of the main thing in Tsushima, was swapping stances for different attack patterns. That could still be here. They could have just remapped some stuff around in place of changing weapons, but who knows? But I'm very excited for this.
I mean, it seems like that's the weapons are kind of replacing that. Because, Atsu's kind of doing her own thing. Like she's not a samurai turned ghost. Like I appreciate that. It's a novel approach. I like that you're just swapping weapons on the fly. I couldn't get a sense of, can you swap from all of them? Did they have like a little?
I imagine you'll probably be able to equip 3 or 4 of the weapon types. Cause I think they mentioned 5 or 6. I imagine it'll probably be like a D-pad swap, kind of like you with your ninja tools when you could swap between smoke bombs and other gadgets and stuff you had in the first one.
Cool. I mean, I'm sold that she just took the Odachi and did the thing where you shake the blood off it. Like that's
yeah,
I love
that's
that.
awesome.
That's a good time.
No, I was always going to play this game day one, and I was actually a little hesitant to even do my job at work today and watch this because I was like, I'm sold. I don't need to see anything. And I'm happy to say that like I'm even more sold now. And also for a gameplay deep dive, this was fairly light on spoilery stuff. Like I didn't feel like there was anything that I'm like, oh man, you ruined the surprise there. And more that I was like, hey, you taught me a bunch about a thing that I was already excited for. So thank you for that. So yeah, this is, I mean, like I said before, this is the big PlayStation game this year for me. This is the big PlayStation game this generation for me until, you know, in Intergalactic and, you know, whatever else we don't know about yet. Like it's frankly been pretty light on big new PS5 generation exclusive games. And for me specifically, who loves playing like, you know, story driven or open world single player action games and stuff like that. I don't really get into all the, you know, games as a service stuff and the run around in circles on the same multiplayer maps, whatever Concord was trying to do, or like, I don't even care about Helldivers really. Like good for the people who play those. This is my shit, you know. Yeah. This is my jam right here. So like, bring it on. I'm so excited that this is coming out this year. It, like, the more they show of it, the more it seems like they're confident that this is not going to get delayed. And yeah, this is going to be one of the biggest games this fall for me specifically. I don't really care about anybody else.
You know what's cool?
I can't wait.
You know what's great is they announced this game like last December, I think. Yeah. And now it's coming out in less than 3 months. I like that. And we don't know that. Like we've seen 20 minutes of it. That's cool. Yep. I like that. I appreciate that. That shows us an incredible amount of restraint. And yeah, I don't know. It's not a remaster of a PS4 game, which is cool. That's a thrill.
Or a PS3 game.
Or a PS3 game, yeah.
One thing I just picked up on, that scene that they showed when both Atsu and the wolf strike the two enemies at the same time. That's one of those like random encounters where you can kind of like agree to that starter duel at the start. And if you like hit the button at the right time to counter, like you get that insta kill. That's what that is there. So that's really cool that they include your wolf to be able to take out two people, because I believe, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I played through the core game of Tsushima, but I think you could upgrade it later where you could take out two people or more once you got it upgraded. So it's cool that they've implemented that in a unique way to Yotei.
Now with dogs. Was there anything else about this you want to talk about, or are we ready to move on?
No, I'm interested to see what they do in terms of special editions and stuff like that. We know about the consoles and accessories, but I do wonder if they'll do like a statue or like something.
They did. They've already shown that.
Oh, they showed that already. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it comes with like the mask and a bunch of other little doodads. And
Sweet.
Such. So,
yeah,
cool.
I mean, if you're watching me from home, you could tell I enjoy collectibles and filling my room with garbage. So yeah, bring that on too.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing is, I'm happy we're getting the, Japanese language right off the bat. And then my big question is, are we going to get Legends mode back? Because I've been jumping back into Legends mode lately for Tsushima just to refine my skills before this one drops in October. Plus, it's our game club game of the month game that we're all playing. And, I would really like to see Legends make a return.
I love that they're just like, we have prepared a big, huge, succulent Thanksgiving dinner. And you're like, yeah, but what are your 4th of July barbecue plans?
Where is dessert? I want my dessert.
I'm sure that there will be plenty to talk about down the road.
Yes.
But yeah, right now, moving on, before we get to that, just want to shout out what's going on over at IGN's sister site, Humble. Now is a great time to score some incredible games through Humble. You can, live through August 5th, you can grab Warhammer 40k, Rogue Trader, Daemon X Machina, Death's Door, Cat Quest 3, and more. And every purchase supports a good cause. And this month, your Humble Choice membership supports Covenant House. You get a curated mix of PC games every month, all for just $14.99 a month. Whether you're building your backlog or discovering something new, it is the perfect time to pick up these fan favorites. So head to humble.com and check those out. Okay.
Play Death's Door, by the way. That game is awesome.
That game rules.
Also, I really like the Cat Quest games, and I'm not a cat person at all, but they're just really fun action RPGs.
They're cute, yeah. So we do have some other big Ghost of Yotei news, sort of. This is maybe the weirdest way anything has leaked, but somebody spied on Sucker Punch by peeping through their window and filming them with like a long-range camera, like a pervert. And it's definitely amusing, but it's also deeply unsettling. And it's kind of nice that like it popped up on, I think it was Gaming Leaks and Rumors, or somebody put it on Twitter, and it was just immediately everyone was like, get this out of here, put this guy in jail, this is awful, why would you do that, don't do that. It's one thing when something sort of leaks organically, or a release date shows up on a website or whatever, or somebody leaves a flash drive on the bus, but like just creeping around with like a long, like a telephoto lens and spying through windows is just absurd. So
was it like to their studio?
Yes, to like the Sucker Punch HQ, like their main offices. Let's see. It's
okay. Now, don't give out the address. No. Sounded like you were like, oh, it's a.
No, I have it here up on Google Maps. I'm gonna see. Let's see. Oh, no,
don't do that. No. Not justifying this at all, but like, don't do this ever. But especially don't do this for a game where it's just like, what are you even really going to see? You know, it's not like you're zooming in on the next Smash Brothers game and you're going to tell the world that, like, you know, you can unlock a Bobo from Double Dragon or something like that. Like, you're not bringing any new information. You're going to be like, guys, I zoomed in. You know what I saw? They got mountains in this game. They got sword fights.
Also, to do that like 2 days before they just show 20 minutes of the game and they're like, check out what we've been working on. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like if you're spying through an office window at this game, with all due respect to you know, the new game, I feel like it's just going to look like the old game if you're looking at it through a window from far away. That's just a weird way to go about it. So don't.
Yeah, that's just it's like the DoorDash guy is bringing food to your house and you get in his car.
What do you got in here? It smells good.
Yeah, it's so like, weird. It's on the way to your house.
That's very strange. Now, we do have some actual news. Earlier this week, Naughty Dog surprised fans with a new mode for The Last of Us Part 2, which is the Chronological Experience Update, which is kind of a head-scratcher, but seems sort of cool nonetheless. Obviously, The Last of Us Part 2 has a lot of flashbacks. It kind of jumps between parallel stories. This just takes everything and puts it in the order in which it happened. And that's it. That's how you can do it. If you do it, you can get some trophies and you can get some new costumes that are they make they're Uncharted costumes, which is like,
yep,
yeah,
Drake and Sam,
yeah,
outfits for Tommy and Joel.
Which I mean, they're
pretty cool.
This is neat. You know, obviously, like I think, you know, Last of Us fans are kind of like sitting there twiddling their thumbs, and it's pretty clear that we're not going to be hearing about The Last of Us Part 3 for a cool minute, if ever. So I don't know. It's nice they're keeping the lights on over there.
I like this. And this is coming from someone who I will at this point openly admit that when the original game came out, I loved it. When the first season of the show came out, I loved it. When the second season of the show came out, I did not. And I'm pretty fatigued on this world and this story and these characters at this point. I'm always willing to give it another shot, you know. And if there's like I think that the original game is great. I think the sequel is amazing. I think the DLC between the two of them, Left Behind, is like also great. Like I like a lot of the stuff in here. But after the second season, I was like, I'm good on this story for a while, right? Like I will take a third story, but like I'm pretty good on The Last of Us Part 2 as a narrative device for a very long time. And then they were like, oh, we put out this new remixed version where like it opens with Abby, and I'm like, oh, well, that's actually that's the one way to get me to replay a game that I probably wouldn't have replayed anyway, right? So I think that's pretty interesting. I saw some folks like who are like big Last of Us fans talking about how it feels like a different game now. And there's thinking about how much stuff I loved in the second half of the game, based around Abby's story and sort of specific moments there, and getting to experience those earlier on is really interesting to me. So yeah, this is I think just from like a storytelling perspective, even if you hate the second game or not, this is really fascinating, and it's something I'd be interested to see other studios take a crack at. You know, like there are so many games that have flashback sequences. Ghost of Yotei is one of them. We just talked about it, but. Yeah, to have flashback sequences woven into the main narrative, but then playing those in the proper timeline order is really interesting to me. So, yeah, I don't know if I'll go through a full replay, but I think I will boot this up and just see how it feels.
Yeah, it's odd. They recommend this is not a way for first time players to play it. It's more like this is a cool way of getting some different context and new perspectives on the story. It's also a fairly relatively low lift way to get some more mileage out of the game. You know, it's a immensely huge undertaking to make a AAA video game of this, you know, caliber. And this is a cool way to kind of be like, hey, you know, here's some more mileage. Here's an excuse for anybody who maybe, you know, there's other ways to play it. But yeah, it also kind of reminds me of just, I don't know. It's like taking an album and putting it on shuffle, but if it's already on shuffle, it's sort of, you know, it's weird. It reminds me of when, I think there was like a recut version of Memento that put the entire game or the entire movie in normal order, and the whole appeal there was that it goes backwards, like it's a mystery in reverse. Like that's just, it kind of defeats the purpose. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of other games that could even accomplish this, but then most of the time you get flashbacks and they are like, strictly narrative, very brief cutscene, walk and talk sequences, or they're tied to a tutorial, or they're, you're unlocking something, and it wouldn't work like that. But it's kind of interesting how this game, is able to do that, and that, the flashback sequences aren't just treated as like a plot device. They're the game.
Yeah. I think this is a really cool, like you guys have said, I'll just kind of echo your points. I think this is a really cool addition for those who are the diehard, like biggest fans of The Last of Us. I think they're the ones that this mode is made for specifically. It's not really made for the casual audience, and that's okay. At this point, Last of Us 2 is, 4 or 5 years old now at this point? 6 years? I can't remember when Last of Us 2 first dropped. Was
2020.
2020?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about 5 years old. So like,
it's a pandemic, baby.
Yeah. And so I think this is really cool. And I think they mentioned in the blog post, like, you get to see how close Abby and Ellie came to crossing paths, or how close the various characters came to crossing paths. And I think that's some really cool revelations that can really put some interesting new perspectives on the story overall. So,
well, it's also it's neat because I feel like enough time has passed for people who played it at launch that there's like a lot of the big beats probably stick with them, but maybe they haven't revisited it since it got a PS5 patch.
Yeah.
So
also it's free.
Yeah,
that's also
let's stress that, because it's
free
like,
99, baby.
Yeah, it's free. Like if this was a thing they were selling, or like I would completely understand the outrage and fatigue. But the way I've seen a lot of people responding to this is, and I get it, like people are tired of this game and this world and stuff like that. I just went at length about how I'm one of those people. But this is free. Like this is a free update.
Free
so
it's cool.
Yeah, if you're interested, check it out. If not, move on with your life.
Yeah, nice to see that stuff. Now, looking ahead, it's getting to be that time of the decade when we start talking about the next generation of consoles, and
we there already?
That's a thing.
Just got our first exclusive, for sure.
The PlayStation 6 is a thing that will happen at some point. We know that they're probably going to call it the PlayStation 6. I would be really shocked if they didn't, if they deviated from this numbering sequence at this point. But whatever, they can't say that until they're announcing that that's what it's called. They can't acknowledge that that's a thing that they're doing until they announce that's what it's doing. But Mark Cerny is hanging out with people from AMD, and they're having conversations on the record about doodads and microchips and high-tech technology. And some of it kind of alludes to what I think are going to be the selling points, or at least the talking points, for the PlayStation 6 when it comes along. And, part of the reason I say that is that they're already the selling points of the PS5 Pro. The big thing is it's the PSSR. It's the powerful silent sustained reading. I always forget the name of it, but it's the thing that it uses AI to generate frames to fill in a frame rate. And I feel like this is going to be a big, like, if this is a thing that the PS6 is leaning on, which seems like it will be, I think a big conversation next gen is how it's utilized, because apparently the big deal is that, if you have a high frame rate already, it's really good at kind of bumping it up higher and keep, filling in the blanks. But if you have a low frame rate to begin with, it's just going to kind of suck. And it's, it's the difference between something that looks really good and something that looks kind of off and you're not exactly sure why. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I always like we're trying to telegraph what the what the future controversies are surrounding games based on technology that has not been officially confirmed. So take it all with a big, spoonful of salt. But
I mean, I think saying the PS6 is going to use AI for like its processing power is kind of like, well, duh. After they put so much of a focus onto it with the PS5 Pro. So, I'm not surprised that they're going to utilize this powerful tool when it comes to computing all this data and lines of code extremely quickly to do very specific, to run the game as optimal as possible. So I'm not surprised by that, and I won't be shocked if they say that they're not using AI, that would be more of a shocker. When it comes to the PS6, then it's going to be powered by AI.
Yeah, I think that like AI has become a pretty sort of grimy term. It's been a catch-all for people who can't write a sentence without consulting Chat GPT and the most horrific looking Mid-Journey images you've ever seen. But and I'm like staunchly against all that crap, but video games have been using AI for decades, right?
Yep.
And so like it's
how they control your NPCs and
Yep.
enemies and
Yep.
all that stuff. It's all AI.
all of that. I think that like my larger concern is just like we are, it feels like we've barely scratched the surface on this generation. It's not like exactly that I'm playing these games and I'm seeing the seams. The issue more is that it's like they're requiring more and more people and more time to develop. So anything that can alleviate that is a hope for me. Like I don't want to just see the power of the PS6 can close studios 75% faster or whatever. Like we don't like it's bleak right now in terms of those things, to be not to get too dour on things, but like it's like Sony's had a lot of struggles this generation just getting PS5 games out. And a big part of that is because they mandated to put like 13 studios on games as a service games, and very few of which actually came into fruition. And so I don't know what I want from the PS6 yet, right? I want game development to be easier for people. I want people to be able to keep their jobs longer, and I want games to come out more. Like I think that like I want to find a good balance of people being able to feed their families and develop video games, and consumers being able to play them when they come out. Like that's fix that, you know, let's get there.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, it's diminishing returns in terms of presentation and graphics. Like there's that sort of graphical arms race to get to, you know, nigh photorealism, and we're kind of there, you know? So now it's like, okay, how do you do that sustainably? And how do you do that in a way that's fun and entertaining? And that's the question. So does this solve for that? Or does it, you know, it's effectively it's Jackie Thomas has this whole big write-up about this on ign.com, and it's really fascinating for the parts of it that I can understand. Some of it uses words I'd never even seen before, but no, she points out that like AMD and NVIDIA have acknowledged that it's getting harder to shrink the manufacturing process and add more transistors to chips, so software is the way to improve performance, which I'm trying to tell if that's, you know, I don't make games, so I don't know exactly how that's going to help in the long run, but it's an interesting thing to think about, right? I don't know. It's again, like there's AI is a blanket term. It can mean, you know, it can mean, again, like Brian, you said, like hideous things generated using stolen art from the internet, or it can mean like what the ghosts do in Pac-Man, like how they, like how an enemy treats you, or it can be something in between where, you know, if your game is running at 45 frames a second, this thing jumps in and bumps it to 60, which is cool. So that's that. Again, we're going to be hearing more about this in the months and years to come. I'm sure of that. Is there anything that you guys wanted to talk about? Jada, have you been playing anything particularly bodacious lately?
I actually have been playing something pretty bodacious. It's a little bit of an older drop, but I picked it up a couple months ago on sale on the PlayStation Store after it dropped. And I am absolutely in love with this little roguelite. I am talking about TMNT, Splintered Fate, Tubular, Bodacious, all the cowabungas. Bossa Nova. I absolutely love this little roguelite. It is 4-player co-op online. I believe 2-player couch co-op. I haven't tried more than 2 on couch. But it's just a fantastic little roguelite. If you like games like Hades, you will probably like TMNT. It's got the storylines that progress as you, whether you succeed or fail. You have to finish the runs multiple times to basically the whole plot is Master Splinter has been kidnapped once again, and you have to save him by battling through the Foot Clan, I forget what they're called, the toads, the frogs and toads, like with
Napoleon Bonaparte, all those guys,
Bonafrog.
right?
Yeah, all of those guys.
Bonafrog.
Yeah.
Genghis
Genghis Toad and all of them. You have to fight through them. There's a whole bunch of other things that are going on, but it's just such a great little roguelite that give you tons of build options. I did a run as Leonardo where I basically turned him into a shuriken blender. Basically every attack threw out like 5 shurikens, and then they would like ricochet to all the other enemies. So I was just bouncing shurikens off of every single person in the room, just lighting them on fire at the same time. And it's so fantastic. It's a lot of fun. It's got a lot of great writing in it. Raphael and Casey Jones by far steal the show through the whole game, which is kind of crazy. But everybody has some really great lines and great conversations. I like, there's a dark power, and if you're playing Michelangelo and you take it, and he's like, I'm so dark, they should call me Michelangelo. And I'm just, I'm like, that is the level of cheesiness that you want out of a Ninja Turtle game, and I just absolutely love it. It also ramps up and gets pretty difficult if you go through, they have like optional portals that start popping up that give the enemies more HP or make them move faster or makes all the mousers explode on death. And there's all types of really cool stuff you can do with it. I've been having a blast playing this with my partner.
This sounds really fun.
Gotten obsessed.
I need to give this another shot.
Is this the one that launched on, it came to like mobile and then it came to PC and then Switch?
Correct. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And so this just dropped on PlayStation, I want to say like 2 months ago. And yes, this has been our obsession lately. It's just so good.
I bought this on Switch and did a couple runs with my kid and was like sort of into it, but I was like, oh, this feels kind of samey. But when did it like open up for you where you're like, oh man, this is awesome, this is great? Because I want to get back in there and give it another shot. You're totally selling me on revisiting it.
I think it probably was, so probably like maybe 3 or 4 runs in where we finally started to figure out, like, because the trickiest thing with the roguelite is when you start it, there's so many new things, and it's like, okay, do I take a flame power? Do I go for water? What is the benefits for this? And one thing I will say, it doesn't do a great job of communicating the powers and like what is in each one, which is in each repertoire of power types. Like Hades, you could look at like a little journal and see like, oh, okay, these are all the powers you can get if you ally with Athena. These are all the ones you get if you go with Dionysus. Turtles doesn't have that level of detail, unfortunately. So you kind of have to like just muscle memory. Like, okay, if I mix, if I get enough water powers to where I can then freeze people with frost, and then I get a fire ability, it can combine them for frost burn. And every time I hit with ice, it also deals fire damage. Every time I hit with fire, it also does ice damage. And so you have to kind of keep track of that stuff. And also just figuring out which abilities kind of combo into each other. I think it just takes a couple runs, but that's any roguelite. But I think I started to pick it up around, probably around run 4 or 5. And we just kind of figured out, okay, this is cool. We know what we're doing now. So
nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm totally going to give it another shot.
Brian, you play anything these days?
Weirdly not real. I'm mostly playing Playdate, which is like that little handheld. I've got like 100 games on there and I'm obsessed with it. It's become my like Bring Everywhere system. But before that I was playing and I'm going to get back to it, but a ton of Fantasy Life, which is very much, I talked about this on NVC recently because it's a game that it's on PS5. It also it came to Switch and got like a pretty big boost, like a graphics and power boost on Switch too. So it just became like one of my go-to games on that system when I'm not playing Mario Kart. But this is basically a sequel to a 3DS game, and it's a action RPG that's also got a little bit of like life sim stuff to it. And the whole trick is like there are like 11 different job classes, and you can start as anyone you want. You can be like, I'm a chef, and then the game is basically just like cooking mama for a little while. Or you're like, I'm an archer and you're doing long range fighting. Or you're like, I started as like a paladin, right? And I basically just went out with a sword and started killing people and leveling up. And it's one of those like very simple, laid back, chill RPGs that has like just enough Animal Crossing in it that I'm like, oh, this kind of is scratching a couple itches right now. Like you go into dungeons, you kill very simple bad guys, you level up, you get new weapons and new items, and you do it again, right? And between all of that, you can go back to your island, make your house bigger, make your town prettier if you want. You can do any of that stuff that you want. So it's one of those like it gives you back what you put into it. And so like even right now we're looking at a character chopping down a tree, right? He's like very early on in the game, you can be like, I'm a woodcutter. Like, okay, cool.
Dream big, kid.
Yeah, what kind of job is that? And then later on, like that becomes a thing where like you get all sorts of cool resources doing that, and like it nudges you and incentivizes you to juggle and unlock all of these classes and play between all of them. And when you go into a dungeon, like, you know, you can be a miner with a pickaxe and start smashing rocks, or you can be, you know, an archer, or, you know, you can basically make potions. Like it's all the stuff that you love in RPGs split into different job classes that you can upgrade and level up individually. My gripe with this game is that it's like a little too talky at times. Specifically, your NPCs just do not shut up. They stand next to you and they're like, put your back into it, put your back into it, put your back into it, like stuff like that. So I went in very quickly and turned that off. But yeah, I was like 40 hours into this game, and then I was like, oh, what's this area over here? And there's just like this massive, like Breath of the Wild light open world that they just put on one part of the map, and it's got this fog of war that you can unlock by going to towers and stuff like that. And it's like, as far as I know, it's not necessarily part of like the main quest. Maybe it is Golden Path, but like ultimately it's like, if that's what you want to do, go do it. So yeah, I don't know. I love this game. Totally not the type of game I thought I would get into. And it's great. If you're looking for a casual RPG to play on PS5, check it out.
Something a little cozy.
Yeah.
I really loved the 3DS game back in the day. So
it was so good.
I've been holding off on this one because I was like, I need to set aside a month to play this game.
You're gonna get this is gonna be one of those games that grabs you. That you're
yeah.
just like, yeah. It's got like a really cool. I mean, your partner won't like this because it's not. It's very baby mode, but there's like a secondary controller mode where like a little kid can can operate as a bird and just fly around and peck people and hurt them and gather resources and stuff. So
it's the Mario Galaxy with the little
absolutely
the little sprites, or like the little, I forget what they're called, the little gems. Or
yeah, it's like little sister mode or whatever, right? Baby
That's
brother.
awesome. Yeah, that looks super cute. That seems like it could be a good PlayStation Portal type of game.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing a bunch of Doom still. I'm at the very tail end.
Doom.
The forked tail end or whatever. And I realized I had a kind of like a full circle kind of gaming moment where one of my sort of earliest memories about video games is like there was a kid in my class named Nathan. And this is like right when Doom first came out, and like I'd seen it in magazines, and like I think I'd maybe played like for a second at like a, you know, Comp USA or something, but like didn't actually get to play it myself. It was like, oh, cool, Doom is out there. And I remember this kid Nathan was like, my dad plays Doom, and I was like, Nathan's dad was a pastor? And I was like, he plays violent video games, but he's a pastor. And he's like, yeah, but that's like a game about sending demons back to hell. And I was like, fair point. And Nathan was like, I went over to his house one time. I was like, can we play Doom? And he's like, no, dude, it's too scary. My dad plays it at night, and sometimes the noises wake me up. And I was like, I was like, all right. So we played like Flight Simulator.
Sometimes the noises wake me up is a great title for a horror movie.
Sometimes the noises wake me up. And like, again, like the Doom has always had like great, like, roar, you know, just explosions and horrible sounds all the time. And then the other day, I was playing first thing in the morning, and I hear my kid come stomping up the stairs. She goes, "Your video game is too loud," and I was and so that's why I haven't finished the game. I was just doing unthinkable things to demons and making all sorts of loud sounds, and I'm the dad with Doom now. It's weird. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Go full circle there, but yeah, this game absolutely.
You're the dad now, dog.
You're the man now, Doom. But yeah, no, this game is so good. And I was like, again, I went into this completely just casual interest. Like I kind of bounced off the first two, and I don't know exactly what it is this one does. I think it just feels really good. It's just extremely crunchy. And I was like, you know, the beginning is sort of like medieval Doom. Okay, cool, whatever. And it takes a very interesting turn about maybe halfway through that absolutely reinvigorated my interest in it. So if anyone's inclined to check that out, if you're just kind of like, it looks like more Doom, it gets kind of weird. It goes some interesting places. So
it does a really, really good job of doling out powers.
Yes.
And
get out my brain, Brian.
Yeah. Like it giving you special treats every other level and letting you layer them on top of each other and play with them sort of in synchronicity or in combo or back and forth. That's when like you're like you forget sometimes. You're like, oh, I have a lot of cool toys right now. like you'll run up on somebody and kill them face to face, and you're like, I don't even need to do that. I can do this crazy thing from all the way back here. And yeah, it's the story's so stupid. It's actually like it should skip itself. No offense to anybody who wrote it or worked on it, but like absolutely not here for any of that.
It's totally doesn't take itself serious, and I don't think it's meant to. It's they know what the big draw of Doom is. It's the ripping and tearing,
shooting stuff in the head. The weapons all feel good. Like they all just feel so like fine tuned, and it's to the point where like I guess I have favorites, but there's also that kind of like, oh, I haven't done this one in a while, I'll just switch it up to that. But if you do fully upgrade them, they get kind of ridiculous power ups where like if you shoot enough medieval nails at somebody, they get struck by lightning or whatever. Or like I have one where if I shoot rockets close range enough, it heals me, which makes no sense whatsoever, but okay.
You heal by absorbing their blood. The closer you are, the more of their blood gets into your body.
I guess that's the logic. I guess
the
perk is called Cannibal, I think. Strength. So that makes sense on some completely nonsensical. Like,
well, cannibal would mean you're eating their meat.
Is Doom guy just eating demon meat that are coming out of is he just eating the giblets coming out of the
right there? You just don't see him take his mask up and
it's
just take a big bite
of their... It's not cannibalism if you're eating a different species, right?
I guess so.
I mean, maybe Doom guy's part demon now.
I would eat one of the Doom monsters probably.
I would. I think if I chopped up a cacodemon and basically marinated it and cooked it in a wok with some like peppers and onions and stuff like that, maybe did like a fried rice, I would do that. I feel like he tastes like Spam, right?
I would eat a pinky demon. They made them. I guess this is I think this is a prequel. I don't even know. But the pinky demons are like, they made them way too sick looking. Like they got like dudes riding on them now. They look like wargs from Lord of the Rings, and they're covered in armor and they kick ass. And you'll kill the dude that's riding on them, and then the pinky demon is still just running around like an angry horse or something, and you got to fight that too. It's just great. But yeah,
I forget what are the ones that are just like the eyes, like the like they look like beholders.
Oh, the cacodemon.
Yeah, are those cacodemons?
They are literally just beholders.
I thought the cacodemons were the big like giant guys, the big old fat ones.
Those are cacodemons.
No, that's a mancubus.
Mancubus. Okay.
Mancubus.
That's right. That is a mancubus.
I love Doom.
Well, then I would also take a cacodemon, but I would drop it in a giant air fryer and have it like a just deep fried cacodemon chicken nugget.
I wouldn't want to clean that. I think that would be a mess.
Oh, you're talking about the oil afterwards. You just throw that out.
Yeah, I would some parchment paper first. Maybe save yourself some trouble.
I wouldn't eat any of the ones that walk that have the legs. Like there was the guys with the hairy legs in the
the Hell Barons with their little goat feet.
Those guys,
I mean, that's no different than like dressing a bird or a different like animal you shot in the woods. It's no different than that.
I feel like you could do a good like bone broth with the flying skulls, right? You could make like a nice soup out of that.
Yeah, you could probably definitely make a
they explode. You'd put it in the pot and it would just blow up your kitchen.
That sounds like something you would have at one of those like gimmicky restaurants that has like provisions in the title, like they'd be like, we'll bring you a skull, it'll explode at your table.
I would, the ones
cool. Where it's like
when they put it on top of your birthday cake when we come sing you happy birthday, and after the candles get to the bottom, it explodes.
When they like set the rum cocktail on fire and sprinkle cinnamon on it, and it like sparkles just like that, but they just put like a Doom skull in there and it blows up your whole drink. Anyway, Doom is great. I love those monsters. They need to make more toys of those guys because they're.
Let us know in the comments which Doom enemy you would eat and how you would eat them.
How would you prepare them?
Now that we've established it's not cannibalism, let us know.
I think we covered all the important issues this week. Thank you both for hanging out. This has been a treat, and thank you for everybody who tuned in to watch. I'm sure you came here to watch Ghost of Yotei. If you stuck around for all this, you can catch more of us every Wednesday on your favorite podcast thing of choice or on IGN. So thanks for doing that, and beyond.